So this, 5 years, baby. And what we have here today, chat, this is a tier list that was put together by Sandman. And what this is almost every single game that I've played on stream. Some of them not included, but as you can see up here in his description, he's got a paste bin of everything, even the stuff that wasn't included. So I've played a lot of games. Can I enhance? I should probably enhance. Let me enhance. Hold on. Let me see. I can enhance. Watch this. This should be good, right? And fit the screen. And hold on. Enhance. Fit the screen. Center on screen. Fit the screen. Oh, that's kind of small. How do I fix this? Hold on. Do I make a zoomies? I want it to be. Maybe I zoom in like this. Why is that 90%? Okay, that's probably better. Hold on. Let's put the crop back to normal and just hit zoomies on the. Okay. Perfect. There you go. It lines up basically perfectly, but it cuts off now on the side. Doesn't matter. All right, chat. So, yeah. So as it says here, games not included in tier list exceptions are demo early access games, jam games, most of them, unless they had a whole video dedicated to them. One-shot games that weren't very long, less than 2 hours. One-shot games didn't become a series. And then, yeah. So, we got everything ranked. So the way I'm going to go about this, it's all alphabetical as well. You can see it down here. Obviously, a lot of these games I've played before, and I played them because I like them. So, I'd like to sort these in a way that combines... both my enjoyment of the game and how enjoyful, yes, it was to play the game on stream. Now, chat, you might have to remind me what some of these games are. And I can tell you right now, I see one that I have forgotten about, and I have not revisited it in about a month. Oops. That would be Ali Patchy and Wonderworld. I forgot that I started that, and I have not played it in, like, a month. Okay. But yeah, it's all in alphabetical order, as you can see. So we're starting with numbers, and then we're going to A. So, the first game... Alright, chat, should I name these? I think I should name these instead of S, right? What should I name this? Poggies? Great time? Mid. Salty boy. By the end. Regrets. Alright, chat. There you go. There. This is what we have. So those are our tiers. Regrets tier. Games that I played that I really wish I didn't. So let's start now. So Dot Flow, Yume Nuki fan game. Fantastic game. One of the best ones to ever do it. And I can easily put that in great time. I really enjoy Yume Nuki games. Unfortunately, Tuki is unfucking believably huge, and it's so overwhelming that it's easy to just lose focus to it. But games like Dot Flow are a lot more condensed into one world, and it's easier to get everything out of it in a good amount of time before you get the chance to get kind of, I wouldn't say bored of it, but every now and again in Yume Tuki you run into a world that makes you wish you never want to play the game again. And for me, that was Stinky Cheese Maze, and that creator's just garbage. This is the second time that motherfucker has created something, and I looked at it and it destroyed my desire to play the game ever again. Oh man. Tuki is cool. There's so much good stuff to see, but at the same time, it's because there's so much that it's kind of overwhelming. And like I said, some of those areas are garbage. Some of those areas are really, really bad, and they can turn you off the entire game, which is a huge shame. So, dot flow is great. I'm not putting in Poggy's tier. Poggy's tier is like, I don't know. I think Poggy's tier's got to be reserved for a combination of things. Like, did it birth a meme? Was it a game I could totally play again? Game I had a real like emotional reaction to, you know, stuff like that. So, Orange Juice. Orange Juice, I only played a little bit of it on stream. I haven't actually played it in quite a while, but that game was goofy, and I had a lot of fun with in the small amount of time that I actually did play it. I liked 2 characters, and they were characters who were supposed to be battle good. And then I would roll 1s on my dice, and I hated it. I hated it. It was stinky. But no, I never did anything real story-wise or anything like that. Played a couple multiplayer. But game was very fun. Very enjoyable game. I do feel like sometimes that there's way too much that's like tied to the dice for it. But ultimately, it's a pretty fun party game. So, you know. Make a tier between great and mid. You mean like okay? But like mid's kind of like that, you know? Mid means middle. You know, it's not like Zoomer speak over here. I'm saying like, you know, mid is like, you know, it was okay. It was okay. It's all right. It's mid. Cuz, you know, like the word mid has been bastardized. Like mid is short for middle. Rename it? No, I'm getting the extra points because it's a relevant word. I'm complaining about it, but I'm utilizing it for engagement. You see how this works? This is the game I'm playing. No. You know what it means. You know what it means. All right, Third Eye. So, I would like to put Third Eye in Poggies, but because I really like the game and I like everything it tries to do. But there's a few aspects to it that I think really ruin the game and destroy the experience that it wants to present properly. And the further the game goes on, the more that becomes apparent, and by the end of it, you kind of find yourself a little annoyed. And that was definitely the first time I played it. I played this game twice on stream, actually. I played this game twice on stream, and I like it. I came to appreciate it a lot more after the fact that I played it on stream, because I replayed it for a video I did, and like I said, I really enjoyed it, everything it tries to do, but there are a lot of shortcomings to the game that prevent it from really being like a really good revisitable type of game. But me personally, I think it's a game worth experiencing, but I do worry that if somebody did, they wouldn't really, they'd be like, what the fuck was that? And it's like, You didn't have much to do with Tohou, right? Yes and no. It's like it's kind of like its own story, borrowing Tohou characters, but there's still aspects to it that are relevant to Tohou, like the third area being the bamboo forest with Maribel and Renko and their whole ordeal. Jason's role in there as well makes sense. Flandre and Shirdo, kind of, not really. Kokono's appearance in that game makes no sense at all. And then, yeah, no, the more you think about it, the less it actually has to do with Tohou itself. But there's still aspects to it that, with the Tohou characters, that makes enough sense. But it does borrow a lot. It does borrow a lot. I have a lot more good to say about that game than bad, personally. But like I said, if you said that game was weird and you didn't really like it, I would understand. So, Ali Patchy and Wonderworld. Chat, I can't say much about this one yet. I'm gonna put it in mid. Not because I think it's bad, but because I've only played 2 worlds. And I think I played 3 worlds. And the third world was kind of getting on my nerves with the ice physics. So, this one might turn into Salty Boy by the end. But right now, it was good enough that I still want to play it. But I wouldn't call it, I can't say I've had a great time with it because I haven't finished it. So it's going right in there. Oh, get your bra feints out of here. Get your bra feints out of here. Give a man an emote, and he opens his own emporium. Alright, now chat, the Aya Ace Attorney series. So, this is the first game. So, the first game in Aya Ace Attorney was... It was good. It was good. I would put it in a great time. I had a great time with it, and it was an introduction to a series that I've come to really, really like. The first game had simple cases, not too complex, and no real bonus stuff to it. I honestly don't fully remember the cases that were present in the game, but I do remember enjoying the game and looking forward to playing it. The second one was the same deal. The second one actually had more stuff to it. I believe, I can't remember exactly. I remember the last case, though, specifically, because that's when Tenchi showed up. And that was also the Satori case. Beneath the Surface, it's about the SA characters. That was like the penultimate and the ultimate case. Now, San, you're gonna have to tell me what these two are, or these three, because I can't tell based on the Japanese. But if I'm right, this is one of these is extra. One of these is the Turnabout Festival, right? The bonus game. One of these is Aya Ace Attorney 3, and the other one is Aya Ace Attorney 2 Specials. It's 3 and Turnabout Festival. What about this one here? This one here I'm holding. What's that one? Because this is 3. This one's 3. This one's Turnabout Festival. Oh, is this the Marissa one? Yeah, the one with Marissa. Okay, yeah. Alright, so... Chat, I'm pretty sure... I don't remember the third game very well. But... like I said, they're all really good. They're all really good. I'm pretty sure the third game was the chapter that had Mini Miji, or, you know, Small Miji, and I think that also had the Alice Pantsu case. And I think it was Turnabout Extra that had the Small Miji again, with the Iku, and I really like that Iku. So I'm gonna put them all in here. The only reason I'm not putting them higher is because I can't remember individual cases to each one, but I do remember general aspects to them, and I remember really enjoying them. However, I am going to put this one up here in the top, because I distinctly remember this one, because it was Ace Attorney investigation style with Marissa, and there was another case with Chen. But that case was kind of on the side, but I really liked the Ace Attorney investigation style of the Marissa case. That one was a lot of fun. And it was a great, you know, kind of stayed in theme of the Ace Attorney, but it played on a different type of Ace Attorney, and I really like the investigations games. I think they're great. So that case alone kind of carried it in that sense, because I very distinctly remember the Marissa case. That one stands out to me super hard, and I really like that. All right, Become Fumo. How could I not put that in Poggy's chat? How could I not put that in Poggies? I was gonna play that game for like 20 minutes, and it turned into a 5-hour stream. Like, I know I played it once more later on in an update, and I haven't played it since. But I kind of got everything I wanted out of it and more. You know, I made a highlight video out of it that honestly I should have put on the main channel. Hell, I could probably just do that anyway. just drop it on there, pretend it's new content. Oh, hold on. Hold on. There's another one. Yeah, it's the most viewed VOD because it's a highlight run. It's reheated content. Exactly. Reheated content. But yeah, no, we had a lot of fun with Become Fumo. There was so much we could fuck around with and just enjoy. And I had a fantastic time with it. So, that game was definitely top tier. But I feel like if I ever tried to jump into it again, we kind of just would be able to find much to do, unless there's been a huge content update. But even then, it's like, you know. Alright. It's the third most viewed. Oh. Well, it's up there. Yuma Game, actually, not to jump ahead or anything, but Yuma Game, holy shit. Yuma Game is also an insanely high viewed VOD of mine, which is crazy to me. That game was great, but like, people really like that one. I like that one. Yeah, it's massive. It's like a 4-hour VOD too. That's impressive for that size. That game was great. All right, chat. Pikmin 269. So that's going in great. Pikmin was originally, I played it because it was shitposty, but it actually turned out to be a really solid, difficult Pikmin 2 hack, and I really enjoyed it. I got a laugh out of the stupid memes. I enjoyed seeing the stupid bosses, stupid enemies. The way they operated, like I said, was actually a competent difficulty hack as well. So it was a great game, and I really enjoyed it. I'm not going to put it in Poggy's tier because there were aspects that were, really hard, and after you kind of saw all the jokes, you saw all the jokes after the first time, it kind of just became part and parcel, and you just kind of accepted it. So there's that, but obviously I really enjoyed it because I finished it 100%. It was a very good game. Next, Binding of Isaac, Repentance. Easy Poggies. As much as I shit on this game because it pisses me off, it's a great game. It's a great game. It's got great replayability if you play the characters. If you play the characters that you like playing and you ignore 90% of the characters. No, this is Sengoku Gensokyo. This is the generic battle theme Sengoku Gensokyo. And Fiend Folio, also good, and I'm just going to jump right ahead with the Tohou mod as well. Both mods had a lot of polish, a lot of great additions, and they were a lot of fun. And they're core off Isaac, so it's like, duh, They're obviously going to be good because it's based on the Isaac formula, but they were great additions. Fantastic game, fantastic mods, had a lot of fun with them. Now, Curse of the Moon, I had a good time with it. Curse of the Moon was a fun game. I played it because I was preparing to play the second game, to do the second quest, because Christian couldn't beat it. I never got around to that. But yeah, I like the 2D Bloodstained game quite a lot. I only played through it once, so I can't put it Poggies. I've never replayed it, but I've had, I enjoyed my first playthrough of it. Now here's a really old one, chat. So most of you probably don't even know, but I actually played Curse of the Moon. I played Curse of the Moon on stream, one of the earliest games I ever streamed. And I'm putting it in mid because I had numerous times where I had the game like soft lock me and crash, and I had to restart, and I wasn't very happy. So it's a bit of a shame. There are a lot of I distinctly remember by the end of the game I was definitely kind of just holding forward to get through it. I know the game has since improved greatly since I played it, and I probably have a great time with it if I played it again. But at the very least, when it first came out, there were a lot of aspects to it that were a little messy. They're a little messy. But overall, it was still a fine game. I wasn't salty by it or anything, but it was a game I was pushing to the end for sure. Barman Hero, I like this game, chat. Honestly, Bomberman's a weird series, for sure, but I really like Bomberman. And Bomberman Hero is another really, really old one that I played way back when. I 100%ed it. I got all the 5-star medals, and I got to the secret boss, Evil Bomber, and I had a great time with it. It's a game I really like. And like I said, Bomberman's not really popular in general. And this is also I played this really, really long ago as well. Like very old VOD. But I just enjoyed playing a game that I really liked. It's not actually my favorite Bomberman. I mean, it kind of is. But I really like Bomberman 64. But that one does not emulate well. And Second Attack doesn't either. I've never actually played Second Attack properly. There's a lot of times where you've probably heard Bomberman Hero music in a different game and been like, what is that from? And then you find out, it's like, oh. Yeah, the early 3D platformers on the 64, they're really hit and miss, but the ones that I got to play, I found were fantastic. Also, the fact that Bomberman could jump was crazy to me because he couldn't do that in 64. And that was one of the worst parts about that game, but I still really like that game. I just have a special spot in my heart for Bomberman 64. I really do. It's a game I don't get sick of watching, and it's a game that I've enjoyed playing. Really, I've since I have since beaten True Ending style Bomberman 64 on my own. Because you need to be able to use bomb bouncing and shit, and I couldn't do that as a kid because I was dumb. But even if I wasn't a dumb kid, that shit is stupid anyway, so, you know. But I did beat the True Ending in that game. So Bonnie Bakery. This game was great. I'm going to put that in great, 100%. So Bonnie Bakery was a nice, short, little horror-esque game with a cute coat of paint. You could, you know, you can make your arguments for it, but I thought it was cool. I enjoyed it. It wasn't spectacular by any means, but I wouldn't say I didn't enjoy it enough to not put it in having a great time. You know, like, if you said it was mid, then sure, I understand. But for me, it was fun to play. And like I said, there's a combination of how fun it was to play and also how good it was on stream. And obviously, when I play things on stream, we can get a kick out of things that aren't very good. So, you know, that kind of happens as well. Did I get DLC? I have no idea. Now, Book of Mario. Now, chat, the original Book of Mario, where every piece of text was changed, was a great time. Just a great time. I had a lot of fun with it. Everything was changed. I pretty much got every piece of dialogue you could possibly imagine out of the game. War and politics, yeah. The great moments in the game. A lot of fun. Had a great time through the entire way. Unfortunately, Thousands of Doors, not as good. Now, obviously, Thousand Year Door is a fantastic game. Getting to play Thousand Year Door again is great. But the fact that only the main stuff was changed did kind of suck compared to the original Book of Mario. But I still had a great time because, of course, it's Paper Mario Thousand Year Door. It's a shame. If Book of Mario had changed everything, or Thousand Doors had changed everything like Book of Mario, then I think it would have been Poggy's tier. But I understand why they didn't want to do that. Getting a fan wiki is great. Yeah, there's so much shit. There are great characters in it for sure, but I just think that because Book of Mario, everything changed. It was so much more fun to go places because I would talk to everybody and see everything. Whereas where Thousand Year Door or Thousands of Doors, I would get to new areas and I would just kind of just play it like normal, as opposed to going full-on in-depth exploration of the entire game to get all of the dialogue, you know? Alright, chat. So the next one. Boho 1. Scarlet Family. So, I wouldn't exactly call myself salty by the end of it, but as you know, I've had issues with this game. One, all the movement upgrades are tied to characters, so you completely make characters irrelevant because you can't explore with certain characters. And it's the characters that you don't really even get to play as, like Mailing, Flaundre, and Patchy, they have specific areas you bring them in early and then you never use them again. Patchy's area is absolute fucking dog water, and there's really no reason to use Patchy at all, except for the fact that the game forces you to that one area. It's really bad. But then you get High Jump with Sakuya, and then when you get Flight with Romilia, it's like, if you want to explore, you play the game as Romilia. It's now Romilia game, not Scarlet Family. So, it's pretty unfortunate. Like, the map is kind of messy as well. There are definitely a lot of aspects to it that were very silly. And I still liked a lot of the ideas to it. But yeah, I have to say that I don't regret playing it, but by the end I was definitely feeling a little spicy. Now, unfortunately, chat, I don't remember anything about the second game. Like, legitimately, I don't remember anything about the second game. At all. I'm pretty sure it came out after Boho Yoyomu, but as far as I can recall, it was Scarlet Family, but it fixed most of the issues I addressed. But I think it's the fact that I cannot remember anything about it that makes me want to put it in mid. Played it after Yoyomu. Yeah, because Hawk and I translated them. He actually got help with figuring that out from Mr. T.H. Prack himself, whose name, I'm sorry, escapes me right now. But yeah, he helped out immensely. Because I'm pretty sure he was the one who originally translated Scarlet Family and then never bothered with the second or Boho. And then Hawk and I took it up. I don't remember if I asked Hawk and I to do it or if he just wanted to do it. But I seem to recall talking to him about it. And Boho Yoyomu, this one I do remember. And there were aspects to it I enjoyed more, but I did not really enjoy the bosses. The bosses were stupid. They were stupid and stinky, and I hate them. And then the extra boss was just like, how do you beat this without cheating? And I ended up cheating, and just so I could like see all the extra stuff by the end, give myself infinite jumps. But ultimately it was Boho, but you know, you only played as one character, which stayed consistent on that. BRL Iron. Yes, that's the one. That's the one. Thank you. I thought Iron was in his name, but the only name that came to mind was Brian Irons. I think that's the chief of Resident Evil. Yeah, he originally translated Scarlet Family, and he helped Hawk and I with figuring out how to translate Boho 2 and Boho Yoyomu. So, it's neat. Alright, so next one, chat. This one's actually fairly recent. Wait. No, it isn't. What is this game? Sam, what is this game? Boy Ichigo Mode? Is this the Tohou game that I played, or do I have it wrong? Horror game. Chat, I don't remember. Boy Ichigo Modesty. Oh my god, I don't remember that game. Yeah, obviously I played it. It's on the list. Chat, I'm sorry. I do not remember what game that is. You played along. I know. I probably played it with Mayohiga. Wait, was this the one with the dudes from hell? The one with the dudes from hell who go into a house? The one of the school? Oh yeah, I kind of remember that one. It's got a manga, right? Appreciate that, Galaxy. Thank you. Jesus. Assuming I got the right one. Chat, remind me, the way it ends, you hand like a pendant to the ghost girl, right? And she's like, and you pacify her so you don't have to kill her. And you're like a bunch of soldiers from hell or something, like you're wearing military uniforms. Was that the right one? Do I have the right one, or am I thinking of a different one? I think it has a manga as well. I can't remember. I think that's a later one? Okay. No, I'm not making a tier for don't remember. I'm keeping it in mid, because the way I see it, if I played the game and I don't remember anything about it, it means it left no impact. So, I wasn't angry at it, I didn't have a great time with it, I don't remember it, which means the game was fine, but nothing stands out, in which case, mid. Ready to solve the school mysteries. Dude, I don't remember. Brutal Mario World? Regrets. Regrets. You know what? You know what I remember of Brutal Mario World? Boss Dumb Drum. Oh my god, Boss Dumb Drum. Fuck that thing. Some of the boss fights in that game were stupid, and I hate them, and they were stinky die. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Some bosses were awesome. Others not so much. Bubble Bobble, great time. Only reason I'm not putting that in Poggies, despite it being one of my favorite games ever, is because this was the SNES version that I played. When the original version I played back in my heyday with my mom was the PS1 version that came with Rainbow Island, that combo disc. That version was amazing. The SNES version was playable, or actually I think it might have been an NES version, I can't remember. Anyway, the version I played on the Nintendo console was fine, but not as good as the PS1 one, that's all. And then chat, as you know, is there even really a need to discuss this? Okay, you know what? I will say... I will say, Missing Power was good. This is this Bunkacho? I think that's Bunkacho. Yeah, because this is Scarlet, this is EOSD, PCB, and IN. So, that's a good order for that. So, the reason these are going mid, this is Imperishable Night the night before and it was translated by somebody, and unfortunately there were a lot of aspects that were lost in translation because it was their first time doing it, and they weren't really familiar with how to do it. So, I had a great time in the sense that it was nice to see Busy Person again, but there are a lot of aspects that were really lost in translation, so I feel like as a result, it doesn't, you know, it just doesn't really stand out as much as it could have. It's unfortunate, but again, I do appreciate the fact that somebody put in the time and effort to do that. And maybe they'll actually, you know, maybe they'll improve their skills and they'll work on more stuff in the future. And this will be their stepping stone, you know? So they're starting. Now, the unfortunate part about Shoot the Bullet, or the Bullet Report, is that I don't remember pretty much anything that happened in it. And I'm also pretty sure it wasn't very long. Like about as long as the extras. And nothing of note comes to mind. But, Scarlet, PCB, and Material Missing Power. Less so Material Missing Power, but it was longer than I thought it'd be. These two games here, Scarlet and PCB, phenomenal games. Phenomenal games. Birth to so many different memes on the channel. Just, oh man. Just fantastic. Great games. And I still think about them to this day. And I've even thought about replaying them as well because, you know, they just... I had to replay them a little bit for some footage, and even just the jokes that I read again were making me laugh. I was having a great time with them. So, they're very good. They're very good games. Well, I mean, they're very good, funny stories, but you need to have a certain sense of humor for them to really enjoy them, because they can be a little low random XD. But if you like a lot of that gag manga stuff, then it'll be right up your alley. And the VAs do a phenomenal job. It's a very good game. Now, Castlevania, the original. There's an important reason for this, chat. There's an important reason for this. And this is partially because I played this with the Tohou mod as well. Castlevania is a good game. I like the game. But I got my ass blasted by death so much that by the end of it, I was pissed off. However, I still enjoyed the game, so I'm not putting it in Salty Boy by the end, even though that's true. I was a Salty Boy by the end. But I do enjoy Castlevania, even through its frustrating aspects. But yeah, I kept getting my ass kicked by Sakuya. She just kept killing me, and I was getting very pissed off. I did not have that much trouble with actual death, but then when I played the Tohou mod reskin, Sakuya killed me so many fucking times. I was not happy. Castlevania Bloodlines, great time. This is actually one of the more recent Castlevania games that I played on stream, and I played as, I'm pretty sure I played as John. I can't remember. Did I play as chat? Did I play as John or did I play as Eric? I'm like 90% sure I played as John because his name was John Castlevania. But yeah, this one is the Sega game that is ties to Portrait of Ruin later on in the series, and it's a kind of a weird one, but I do remember it rather liking it, and I've seen playthroughs of Eric so many times that I wanted to play John, which is a little boring on that front. But yeah, I like that game, even though there are parts I don't remember. Dracula X, easy regrets. So Dracula X I played. It was actually the last series I played before I started saving VODs, because I didn't have the recording set up properly for Dracula X. But it was exactly as you'd expect from Dracula X, a frustrating mess. I did the good ending, by the way. I did the good ending. I got the best ending. I killed Dracula once and died at the same time, so I lost. And ultimately, I didn't like throw my controller at the wall or anything, levels of pain, but I definitely made a lot of exaggerated pain noises as I played it. And the only reason I played it was just so I could spite my brother. So I regret playing it for such a stupid reason. But I did play it, I did beat it, I did get the best ending, and I'd never have to play it again. So, there you go. Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Great game, chat. So, the Symphony of the Night that I played was a modded version that introduced like level scaling. And it wasn't a perfect mod, because it did kind of do some things to the bosses, which is weird. I don't know what this music is. This is the boss room from Luna Nights. Oh, okay. The boss room from Luna Nights. I didn't know that was a room, but okay. So yeah, Symphony of the Night, I played it. I got the Christogram drop, but the mod deliberately nerfed every single broken item in Symphony of the Night and made it to tag 0. It didn't let you use certain shield rod skills. Magic was like busted because it didn't scale right. So there are a lot of aspects that kind of broke, which is unfortunate. Thankfully, most of them I didn't use. But the fact that the Christogram is just like 000 is just silly. It's just silly. Yeah, it made all the cool weapons kind of bad, which is a little lame for a mod, but I still had a good time with it, because Symphony of the Night is great OST to listen to, and just generally a great game. Chilla's Art Collection. I'm gonna put that in the regrets tier, chat. The games I played were weird, and ultimately not that enjoyable. I don't mind watching them, I guess, but the whole idea of them is kinda... it's too similar, I guess. They all follow a similar flow, where you spend an hour and a half doing whatever, and then you get jump scared at the end, and it's like, oh, okay. So, I thought it'd be fun to do, and I had some fun to them, but ultimately I regret playing them, because they were kind of a waste of time, I found. Yeah, I played the train one, the gas station one, and the what do you call it? The apartment delivery one. And it's just, you know, it's not the greatest time. Clown Piece RPG. So this one was great. This one was like an actual competent RPG that had a lot of like default assets that were used, and also some like custom stuff that was done up by demo as well. So, I don't remember doing any of the post-game stuff, but it was good. I had a great time with it. When I put it in Poggies, if it was more original, in the sense of like assets and stuff, then yeah. But it did use a lot of, it put together a lot of existing pieces to make a good game, which I think is still like really solid. And they had a piece of an original track. Overall, it was a fun game. And it would be cool if it was done up with, like, if the developer, like, really expanded on it and made their own real set of assets for it. It could have been a real, like, standout game in that sense. But as it is, it's still a very competent game with default assets, and it kind of reminds you that just because something uses default assets doesn't mean it is exempt from being good, right? Because I feel like a lot of the time we associate default use, asset use to low budget, low quality, you know, stuff like that. Like the idea that you have to make every single asset yourself by scratch or your game can't be good. But yeah, that's kind of just a bias that we've all developed, because a lot of games that do fall under the category of piece of shit game do just borrow a ton of assets. And by borrow, most of the time I mean steal. Anyway, what is this game? This is Dangerous Suiko, right? I believe this is the puzzle platformer game, if I'm right. This is the Suiko Patchy puzzle platformer game. I had a great time with this one. This one was good. I didn't play any of the extra modes, but I did enjoy the main play of it. The little, like, the puzzle exploration setup for it. But yeah. Honestly, it kind of hovers slightly above mid just because I did really enjoy that main game mode, but I had no desire to play any of the other game modes at all. 40 minutes on a box puzzle? That's generous. Come on now. Come on. Now, Dark Souls. Dark Souls Remastered. Great time with it. I like Dark Souls. I really do. I had a good time. I had a good time with Dark Souls 1. And even though the end game is kind of a pain in the ass, I do like playing up to it. I got my sword. I got to be John Souls. What else can I say, really? You know, it's just fun to play, to be good at. Dark Souls 2. I'm not going to put it in regret tier because I don't regret playing it. But man, I got so upset over Dark Souls 2 so fast, and it was hard to recover from it. Remember, I played Scholar of the First Sin, not the default, so Scholar of the First Sin added new, like, basically turned a bunch of areas into gag squads for no other reason than because LMAO. So, yeah. Dark Souls 3, though, great time. Only reason I'm not putting it in Poggies is because, holy shit, some of the stuff in Dark Souls 3 is very difficult compared to Dark Souls 1. I spent, like, over an hour on the Nameless King. And Midir I didn't take that long on. I didn't. I first tried, I forget his name. Oh, I forget his name. The guy at the end of DLC 2. But getting to the DLCs, some of the DLC area I didn't really like. And thankfully Freya went well, even though you had to fight her 3 fucking times. I kind of got, I remember I got killed by the start of Phase 3 and I was like, what? So that was cool. That was cool. But yeah, Dark Souls 3 had a lot of fun stuff to it that I really liked. It has, like, my favorite piece of OST in the game, and the series as well, which is Prince Lorien's theme. I love that theme. It's so good. But there was I got frustrated for sure, just because I felt like there were a lot more aspects of Dark Souls 3 that made, that were just more difficult. But they didn't really feel as unfair as Dark Souls 2 made me feel, or unfinished as Dark Souls 1 made me feel. So Dark Souls 3 is my favorite Souls game of the trilogy by far. I really enjoyed it, and I've since played it again myself. I played the entire game again myself, minus DLC. So I've beaten it twice. Same with Dark Souls 1, I've beaten it twice. Dark Souls 2 I never played again since, though. So Deltarune Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. Chat, I know you want to see me put these in Poggies, but I'm sorry to say I don't remember a huge amount about those. Other than that, I did like the music, and I like Undertale a lot, so Deltarune I know I enjoyed, but I only played through like the most pacifist route, and then I kind of fucked off. It's not a complete game yet. It's coming soon, TM. But I can't put that in absolute god tier Poggies tier because that would be disingenuous. Because I don't feel like I feel like they were great games, but it's not complete. And I didn't play them more than once. And kind of the thing about the top stuff is that they're the kind of games that, like, I got extreme enjoyment out of the first time I played it, and I could really see myself playing it again actively. So that's kind of like, or they really, really stuck out to me in my head. Now, Deltarune had a lot of moments that stick out, like Jevil and obviously Spamton and Chris get the banana, you know, like there's a lot of moments that are a lot of fun in Deltarune. But I'm not a super Undertale fan. I don't remember enough about 2. I do remember it would be the Queen and Birdly and all of that, and I remember enjoying it for sure. And like I said, Spamton, he's great. But yeah, I don't know. I just I guess it's similar to, like, just because it feels like it's unfinished so far. Like the whole game's not out. So instead of ranking them by chapter, if the whole game comes out, then yeah, I think the whole game would just be up in Poggies, pretty you know, just pretty uncontestable in that. But since we're breaking it up into chapters, it's like I can't remember specifically what happens in what chapter, so I'm just putting them in. They were going to play, and I'm excited for the full completion. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine. Chat, I don't think this game is that great, but I like it, and I think it's very silly. And I remember beating it on stream, and I thought I was Poggies. I was a Poggy moment. One hell of a bad mean machine. Bouncing raccoon cutter. It's just Puyo Puyo. That's it. Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine is just Puyo Puyo. That's it. But you get to see all the robots from the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoon. And you get Dr. Robotnik. I love that guy. He's great. Ivo Kintobar. Alright, Dyna Marissa. Great time. Very strange game. But I did definitely just, like, the final chapter was very confusing and kind of obnoxious. But I had a good time with it, even though I couldn't fully understand it. Dyna Marissa is made by Twilight Frontier. It's like EDF. You play as small Marissa, and I could barely really figure out what was going on for the most part, because reading the text was impossible while playing the game. But I did like it. But I don't think I'd ever play it again, or I had no desire to play like bonus missions or anything like that, so yeah. Still, it was fun for what it was. Elden Ring? I'm not done Elden Ring. Chat, the DLC got announced for June, so Elden Ring has to come back soon, but I need to free up space for my computer so I can actually play it, because I ran out of disk space. But I stopped playing it originally because it was like, DLC's coming at some point, and if I finish this game before the DLC comes out, I don't think I'm going back to the DLC. But now the DLC is coming, so I can return to Elden Ring with my big ass hammer in the underground capital that opened up in the meteor. I still remember where I am. I'm gonna be really rusty and I'm gonna need some guidance, but I remember where I am and I'm sure I can figure out how the game works again fairly fast. However, I cannot play it yet until I get a new controller because I don't have an L button that works. And granted, my L button is used exclusively for blocking, which I don't do because I am a Neanderthal. So maybe I don't need to fix my button. If I can just reset? No. Not a chance. Not a chance. There's too much progress I'd lose by resetting at this point. So I will just pick up where I left off. Because I'm not doing a lot of side quests anyway. And I just got all the strength required to swing my giant fucking brick hammer. Eternal Darkness, Sanity's Requiem. I hate this game, chat. I hate this game. I played this because I had heard so many good things about it. And I played it for Halloween on my first year of streaming. And I finished it because back then I thought I really had to finish it. And then it was like, hey, maybe you should do the other two crystals, the red and the blue one. And I was like, not on your life support. So yeah, I hate it. I hated Eternal Darkness. I understand why people talk about it and like the legacy it kind of set out, but I think it's a terrible game. I think it was genuinely unfun. The story was confusing. It made no sense to me. And by the end of it, I was just like, holy shit, why did I ever play that? I should have stopped after like the second part. But I didn't want to just end it abruptly. And I've since learned to just cut. The fuck is this Mario Party music? I've learned to since just cut if I do not want. Yeah, so that's my opinion of Eternal Darkness. I do not like the game at all. I don't think it's a very good game at all. And I think most of what people say about it is legacy, is rose-tinted glasses. And again, legacy. Not so much the game itself, but what it set out, what the groundwork it laid for later future horror titles. But the game itself is not very good. Fairy Card Rogue. I hate to do this, chat. I don't regret playing it because I was originally like interested in this game anyway, because I knew about this game a little bit before Lost Branch. But there were my issue immediately came. I was spoiled by Lost Branch. Lost Branch is an insanely like high production value game, and it's so good. Fairy Card Rogue is a lot more amateur in comparison in that department. But even with that aside, like, it doesn't mean the game is bad. But my issue was when I got to an area and I had to fight 2 Haniwa soldiers that literally only attacked for 15 and they never did anything else. And I was like, I have no idea what to do about this. There is no downtime. I have to offset 30 damage minimum each turn while also attacking, but I have 3 action points. And I just could not figure out how to do that. And I was like, I'm done. And then from that point there, I did not want to play anymore. And I don't know, there's been things since, there's been additions and stuff like that, but I've never had a desire to go back to this game at all. But I always have a desire to play Lost Branch. It's a shame. Yeah, I don't think it was bad necessarily. Triple A Lost Branch? I don't think so, buddy. I don't think Lost Branch I don't think it's even double A. But like I said, the gameplay aspect of it is competent. It's just I ran into an enemy encounter that made me think I don't want to play anymore. And I just got sick right then and there. I was done. Oh. Nitroid? Chat. stage. Why can't I never find this right when I need it? This is one of my favorite songs in any Tohou game I've ever played. So, Nitroid, where'd I put it? Oh yeah. I had a great time with Nitroid, but the later game is unbelievably frustrating, and it leans more on the platformer aspect than the puzzle aspect. So much so that I had literally zero desire to play anything past play any of the extra stage at all. And the end game was definitely a little like, oh my god. But I can't say it's mid because I think it had a lot of great ideas and the puzzle aspects was fun. I just don't like how largely it started leading to the platformer bit. But yeah, still a great game though. So now the Fantasy Maiden Wars series. So, Scarlet. I forget what the second one's called. And Eternal. Mystic, that's what it is. Okay, so you're probably wondering, or you probably already understand why, Scarlet is in the Great Time tier. Because Scarlet is a mess that crashed, soft-locked a lot. And I had to constantly restart all the time. Granted, the saving was, very easy to flow with, but it made the game really annoying. Also, a lot of early game Scarlet is bosses running away, not a lot of units to use, a small pool of moves, a couple aspects like that, but it's still a great game, and it's a good introduction to the series. And then when the second game, Mystic, when it was just like, here's so many more characters, we updated stuff, the game no longer crashes or soft locks. And then just recently I played, I just recently finished Eternal, and that game is they just get better with each one. They just get better and better and better, and the amount of moves increase, the animations increase, the HUD gets cleaner. My only issue is right now is there's Japanese that I cannot read. That does take away. That's one thing that Scarlet has over the other two, is that the mid-battle dialogue is translated, and there's a lot of good flavor text going on in the fight while the fight's happening that you miss in the other two. But that's not enough to carry it, I don't think. So Complete Box to fix that issue. But yeah, the games just have gotten better and better, and I'm very excited for Dream. I'm very excited for Dream when I get the chance to play that sometime in the future, because that is basically the culmination of everything this group has learned, and into their final climactic finale. And also, I've been invested in the story since chapter 1, and I'm on chapter 56, so the payoff is going to be huge. Oh yeah, everything in Scarlet is translated. It's great. But there are some aspects in gameplay that aren't translated for the higher up games. And I get why they're not translated, but it does suck because some of it is, you gotta feel your way through it a little bit. That's all. Fantasy Maiden Wars Complete Box is gonna be on the Switch, right? So I assume they're gonna do an English version on there when that gets on its way. But they're still working on it. The game's not finished. Oh, it already is on Switch. Oh, okay. Okay. They're still adding shit to it, aren't they? I think they are. Oh, well. Goodbye, Nitroid. Five Nights at Fuckboys. Stupid game. Had a great time. Definitely got very... I don't know, the luster started to get lost when I started going for the extra bosses. But, it was fun. It was stupid. But it was fun. I wouldn't call it Poggies. If I stopped before the Freddy in space shit and all the extra stuff, I think I would have put that in Poggies. But because the extra stuff just felt like I want this to be over. I just want this to be over, then yeah. Next up, chat. Galgun. Puggies. So, unironically, I like Galgun. And I actually got the platinum on that. I 100%ed Galgun. And the reason I played it was because I got a key for Grim Guardians, or I guess Gal Guardians now. And I was like, yeah, I'll play that. That seems awesome. And they were like, I was like, is there anything I need to know about previous games? And the guy told me, no, it's just the characters from Galgun, and if you'd like, we can send you a key for that. And I was like, yeah, sure. So I streamed it for a part, and I was like, you know what, Chad, I actually kind of enjoy that, so I'm gonna play it on my own. And then I grinded it out, haha, and I got 100%y on Galgun, and I was ready with the Grim Guardians lore. And I actually had lore ready for you. When I played through it, I actually recognized the characters, and I could even tell you a little bit about them. So I was prepared. I was prepared. So I actually had a great time with Galgun, and I don't regret playing it at all. Even if it got my channel, it got limited in ad suitability, and it required me to had to run manual checks for like a month. Because if you get caught on that kind of thing, then you stop getting like automatically passed through, but you lose all your good boy points. So I had to sit there and manually wait for my checks instead of just like them going through being like, yeah, you're good. You don't usually do anything wrong. Don't regret it. Minariko game? Chat, this game was actually insane. Straight up, the Minariko game, unfucking believably good game. The dev is currently working on a game with Ruma. But like, it's got great combat, cool aspects. It's got like a kind of a meta nightmare aspect where you build up points by killing things and you use them for skills. Boss fights were fun. They were interesting. The art style was good. Like, it was a phenomenal game. Yeah, it's Ganbare Minariko. I know. So he's currently working on a game with Ruma in a similar style, and I'm very excited to play that for sure. Because this Minariko game was like cracked. I wasn't expecting it to be as good as it was. There's so much polish in it. Genso Floodfront. So, I know what this game is. This was the game that you played as Nitori, and you had to get to the end of the level. And it was cool. It's kind of like a puzzle game, so to speak. But there's also like speedrunning aspects to it, where there were rewards for clearing at fast times. The biggest issue with the game is that I didn't beat it. And that was because the last stage was just like, hey, here's a Danmaku fight. And then the game tried to be something that it wasn't supposed to be at the end, and it was just unbelievably frustrating. I didn't beat the fight. It was not nice. Like, there were no checkpoints. It really didn't feel like it was tested very well. And it was only there because, hey, it's Tohou, we need Danmaku. So the game that, like, none of the rest of the game had anything to do with it at all, and then at the end it was just like, here's a boss fight, and I couldn't do it. But aside from that, like, the rest of the game I remember being really cool. And I don't know if it's still in what do you call it? If it's still in development or what, but I played it years ago. Honestly, I could put it in Salty Boy by the end, but I feel like my experience with the rest of the game outweighs it enough that I still had a great time. Whereas, I got salty fairly fast with the other ones in that tier. Speaking of, Keifu. Now, I'm not going to say I regret playing Keifu, because Keifu was really neat at first, but holy shit, that fucking game, dude. That game was just, oh, so many obnoxious decisions made, so many obnoxious choices, just awful, man. It's so bad. But like I said, there were so many aspects to it that seemed very promising on paper. But after a while, I was just like, I'm playing this once a week maybe, and I'm struggling to get through it, but I'm sticking through it. Yeah, Keifu was the one with Fire Emblem. Like but it takes place in the past before Reimu Marissa. However, Byakuya was there. Genso Skydrift? Come on, that's an easy one. Skydrift is a very silly game. I do wish that Skydrift's items were a lot more Mario Kart-esque in the sense that they would, you know, shake the matchup more. I think a big issue with Skydrift is that it's gonna sound extremely fucking stupid, but the game is a lot more skill-based than not. Which sound, you know, I know exactly how that sounds. I get how that sounds. But it's the problem I have is the items suck. Like, the tier 2 items pretty much suck outside of, you know, getting the super speed boost. So that's all you're looking for. The red shells have terrible tracking. Nothing else really hits anyone. The blue shell is a character exclusive once per race item. Like, all the good Mario Kart items are restricted in that. So it's cool that it's skill based and for time trials and stuff, but I don't know. I'm not a very good player at the game, so I'm not a very good player at the game, and I've never really desired to grind out characters and tracks. I just like playing it, and it's fun to just play it. And a lot of people are the same boat as me. They have it, they just play it, we play, we have a good time. And sometimes somebody would show up and they'd get first by a margin of 40 seconds. And, well, quite honestly, chat, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't really care. If I got second and the guy in front of me was ahead by 40 seconds, as far as I was concerned, he wasn't part of that race. So I was the winner there. So I didn't like tell people they couldn't play because they were good, but if somebody beat me by such a significant margin, I just did not pay any mind to it because I was just trying to have fun with it. And the game was fun to play, and we had a great time with it many times I played it. I played it quite a number of times, for sure. But yeah, it's not like Mario Kart. I kind of wish it was more Mario Kart-esque with the items being more goofy and stopping that kind of behavior. But it's literally just, you're rewarded for playing good, so skill issue on my part, I get it. But yeah, I like, what I like about Mario Kart is that even the good players can still eat shit because the items are silly. And that's perfectly fine. Nobody likes getting hit by a blue shell, but it's really part of the experience. That's the thing about Mario Kart, though. Like, even when the players aren't evenly matched, items level the playing field. And it makes luck a valuable skill. So even though you can play somebody who is good at the game, they can still... There's nothing stopping them from getting whacked by a blue shell if it comes up. They just have to hold that, and that introduces new aspects to the race, which is great. Skydrift, you get an early lead, it's very hard to lose it. Grim Guardians. So, scroll up, please. Renamed the Gal Guardians, by the way. So, I'm not putting this one in Poggies. It was a great game. I really liked it. But I could not be bothered to get everything in the game because the way... There were some items in the game that did not have a clear, like, idea where they were, so I didn't bother. But I really enjoyed what I played of it. I liked the story. I love the art style. And it was a fantastic game. But I can't say it was Poggies like Galgun because I actively went out of my way to get everything in Galgun, and I couldn't do the same with Grim Guardians. But I do still think Grim Guardians is a fantastic, like, standalone game. It's Circle of the Moon-esque with a duo, and it's on the easier side for sure. Fun abilities, cool, like, fun bosses that are, again, it's all pretty much on the easier side for sure. So it's a pretty good introductory idea. It's like a modernized old Castlevania game, but there's also game modes you can play that make it more like the older games, with like blowback from enemies, no revives until you beat the level, like real punishing stuff. So you can adjust your difficulty if you want to. Very good game. Harvest Yuka. This is another game that I had a great time with. I can't put it in Poggies tier just because there were so many different things in the game that you couldn't ultimately do anything with, which was kind of unfortunate. But I love the character writing. I like the character art a lot. They jam-packed so much stuff in it, but an issue I have with it is kind of like open world stuff. There's a lot to do, quote unquote, but there's actually not a lot after all. Like, there's a bunch of recipes you can make with Yuka. You can cook a bunch of dishes, but what do you do with them? Right? Like, what do you do with them? You sell them or you eat them yourself? Cool. That's it, really. There's a huge variety of things you can plant. Flowers, fruit, vegetables, mushrooms. What do you do with them? You sell them. What do you do with the money? I don't know. I don't know. There wasn't really a super end goal, and I kind of like got everything in the game done by the end of the 3rd month, so I skipped over the 4th one. But still, I really liked the game, and I liked what it did and tried to do. And it was also just a great Yuka game. It was a great game for Yuka's character, and I really liked it. Poggies. Poggies. Okay. Help me remember Satori-sama was a very fun game. Just trying to guess what she's thinking based on questions. And then also arguing semantics with the dev's answers. That was fun. Thank you, Flamestuff, for the resub. But the real fun part was the extra stage where you have to guess Tohou characters. There is a bit of a meta to the game, though, because there are certain questions that, like, Oku would always answer a particular way. Because the whole idea was that she would answer, and sometimes you have to check her answer and see if she was actually, like, telling the truth or she was wrong. But sometimes there were questions that she would guarantee to be lying, so you wouldn't even have to check them to know. But, almost every character in the series was an option for the extra one, so it was a fun little Guess Who with the funny bird girl. I had a great time with it. I did. And now, another one that I had an unexpectedly great time with. And this game was the start of it all. Hina-chan Millionaire Lunch. This game was, in my opinion, peak character writing for Jun. Which is funny because I'm pretty sure it was Boho 2 chat where the Jun really kicked off when I added the Jun post emote. I think that was the game where it really kicked off because I was playing it around the same time. But Millionaire Lunch is a trade quest game that you do, and I played it once and I was like, that was fun. But I really got into the character dialogue and I wanted to see everything that they would say, so I made a spreadsheet. And I filled out a spreadsheet. I played through the entire game and got, like, every single piece of dialogue I could. Did every trade, every end trade, like, everything. I found everything in the game. I 100%ed it, and I thoroughly enjoyed the whole way through. So it's impossible not to call that a Poggies tier game. The character writing was fantastic. And because it focused on a small pool of characters, it didn't really, like, spread them too thin. And just seeing how Misasoba's, like, you know, interpretation of these characters with all these different items was great. And like I said, I really like their interpretation of Jun from this game. And it's a big thing that I view her as well, a similar way. But he also did a great job he's done a great job for the characters he likes. That's what I think. He does a very good job highlighting the characters he likes in a way that would make others like them as well. And I'm a pretty prime example of that. Love that game. Now, Hina-chan Breaker. How could I not call that a Poggies game? How is that not a Poggies game? We're doing that next anyway. Love that game. Game was very fun, very addictive, very simple, but slightly complex. Still getting characters, updates, dev still keeps it alive. And it's honestly just a great game. It's also free to play. You just pick it up, play it. It's a great little mobile distraction game when you're, like, going somewhere. And I still enjoy playing it to this day. Fantastic game. It's a very, very fun game. It's very simple on paper, but there's a surprising amount of depth to it in its simplicity. Fantastic game. Human Spirit Agency. This game is strange, chat, but I gotta admit, I'm very invested in it. And it's not done yet. We've been sitting on a cliffhanger for a while, but Real is, he's working on it. He's working on it, so it's coming soon, TM. But I can't have a final verdict until I play the final chapter. But this game's opening case was definitely like, holy shit. It was very interesting. But yeah, I really like it. The art style, the gameplay mechanics. The story is a little confusing right now, but I feel like I need the full story before I can truly, like, put a, you know... It's like Ace Attorney, where they always lead up to a final case, but they hint throughout it through the entire game. But we haven't got that payout yet, so we gotta wait for that. There's some yapping, but ultimately, so far, I enjoy it, and I'm definitely looking forward to the final 2 chapters, because there's 2 chapters left, chat. There's 2 chapters left. I want to be the Shrine Maiden. I want to be the Shrine Maiden too. Do I really need me to say anything about this? I played these games as sub-incentives, and they're really, really bad I want to be the guy games. They're bad. The most artificial difficulty you could think of. Just bad, dude. Now, funny enough, this game right here, I want to be the Yin Yang Orb, was actually okay. That was actually okay. I played it very early on. It was like a $5 game. I actually abused the glitch to beat a level, but it was kind of like a I want to be the guy type of game, and it wasn't bad. I remember it was pretty simple. Pretty kind of difficult. I did beat it, and I don't remember hating it. It sticks out in my mind as I remember playing it, but I don't remember being very salty by the end of it. I might have been because of the nature of the game, but I wouldn't call it a great game. But it was a game that was, you know, neat. And it was better than these 2 down here. Eve. Chat, Eve is one of my favorite games of all time. And when the revamped version came out on Steam, you bet your ass I played that to completion, and I enjoyed every fucking second of it. Oh man. Eve is legitimately one of my favorite games. I love the style, the premise, the setting, the characters. There's nothing about that game that I do not like. And when I saw it was getting like a 20th anniversary, or 10th anniversary, sorry, like Redux that pretty much made a complete version of the game. It's like, oh shit, I'm on that. And yeah, I was on that. It's one of the first RPG horror games I ever saw, and even then it kind of like stuck with me. But yeah, it's just one of my favorite games in general, and I think it's a really great experience if you've never seen it. It's not too long a game. You can probably belt it out in a couple hours, maybe longer if you go for extra stuff or you get lost. But it's just a really good RPG horror maker game that doesn't rely on a lot of the stuff that RPG horror kind of falls to sometimes with its bullshit. It's more about atmospheric horror than anything else. There's no jump scares. It's all about the setting and the world, the character. It's so good. It's so good. It was my gateway into the genre, but then I saw like games like Misa, which weren't that great, or games like Paranoiac, which were just terrible. Mad Father, which I didn't like. So a number of them that I've seen and had mixed opinions on. But I've played some good ones as well. I like the Crooked Man a lot. Sandman was weird. Never played the Boogeyman, actually. But Eve was easily... Oh, and the Witch's House, too. I like the Witch's House a lot. But Eve was easily my favorite. It's always going to be my favorite. It's, you know... And I have merch. I do have merch. I have I got the little bunny that you can invert to turn into one of the weird dolls. But I have it in bunny form. I like that thing. I like the thing a lot. In Miko we trust. Chat, this is an ancient game. You know what that reminds me of, chat? I'm gonna go get a mud shake right now. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. with the boys. So, In Miko We Trust was a visual novel that I played. One of the first ones I ever played, where Miko becomes the president of the United States, Futo becomes the Secretary of Defense, and Mamizo becomes the head of the CIA. And each one has a route, and I did them all, and it was great. So, I also drank mud shakes when I played this game, and I got copyright claimed on the American National Anthem. Land of the free, right? Land of the free. Not copyright free. But I remember it being funny, very silly, and I had a great time with it, for sure. Oh. They don't make the chocolate mud shakes anymore. I haven't had a mud shake in years, dude. I used to drink one of these with Blue Kaizo all the time. Kirby 64, I love Kirby. Kirby 64 is fantastic. Love that guy. What's a mud shake? It's vodka. What's in this? It's vodka and milk. So it's kind of like a White Russian, but it's thick. A thick White Russian. Yep. I don't know what else to say. Kirby 64 is, it's a Kirby game. I like Kirby. Kirby's great. Didn't really do much, but it was just fun to play. A Kirby Air Ride, love this game. Kirby Air Ride, easily one of my favorite games of all time. Tons of replay value. You can get out of city trial mode. So much fun. Always a blast with friends. If you've never played it, highly recommend it. I am shocked we've never gotten a Switch version of this game. Or any version of that game past the GameCube one, because City Trial is just absurd. Can't hear that. It'll get claimed. Okay. Switch 2 for sure. Yeah, I hope so, dude. Kirby Air Ride is a ridiculously, great game that just never received any form of revamp or anything. Air Ride's only good for City Trial? Well, I wouldn't say it's only good for City Trial, but I think the majority of the replay value comes from City Trial. And it's doubly so because the Air Ride portion is a stadium in City Trial. But Top Ride is fun for a little bit. But admittedly, yes, City Trial is the biggest aspect to it. But honestly, the game just being City Trial is fine. There's not actually that much to Air Ride or Top Ride, though. The game itself is actually quite small scale. City Trial just has an insane amount of replay value to it. So, you can play, if you played each track in each mode, you'd finish the game in under an hour. But it keeps us coming back because there's so much variance in City Trial. It's so much fun. Yeah, great game. Kirby and the Forgotten Land. Chat, this game was unbelievably good. I had a great time playing this game. This game is so uncontestably good that it's impressive. There's nobody in this world who can look at Kirby and the Forgotten Land and be like, that game was bad. Because it's just a good game. Even if you don't think it was the greatest game ever made, you can't deny that it's just a damn good game. It's got a great premise. It's a good 3D Kirby game. It's got some classic Kirby horror in it in the end parts. And also Kirby. And Kirby. Just a phenomenal game. An absolutely phenomenal game. Like, the collectibles were great. Every time you beat a stage, it would give you, it would unlock a hint for one of the objectives of the stage. I love the different objectives in the stage as well. The only thing I didn't like was the gacha system, but it is what it is. But otherwise, yeah, the game is great. It's a fantastic game. Kirby Dream Land 3. Now, chat, you might get mad at me for this, but a big issue I had with Kirby Dream Land 3 was that when I played it on emulator, I didn't have 8-directional input. So the final boss hurt my thumb because I couldn't move diagonally. I had to move up, then left, or up, then right, or down, and I had to play the whole game like that, and it was not intuitive. which is impressive because it's like the game's for the Super Nintendo, so it's not like the D-pad. There's no control stick on that either. So what's the problem, streamer? The problem is my thumb got sick of it. So that's the reason why I didn't enjoy it as much. Also, I don't remember a lot about it, other than that there were some aspects to it that were kind of difficult despite its cutesy appearance. I don't like a lot of the animal friends either. Like, the gooey lady is like, what? The fish is useless outside of water. Rick was Rick, and the other guys were just, I don't know. I barely remember what they did. So, it wasn't my favorite game. I played it. That was the first time I ever played it. But yeah, definitely not my favorite Kirby game. Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. Now, this was one of my most replayed Kirby games for sure. And I would put it in Poggies, if not for the fact that it just kind of like, it was one of those games I just kind of played to fill in some time. You know, I had a great time playing it, of course, and I like the game a lot. But I can belt through the game pretty damn fast because I played it so many times as a kid. And it's a good game, but there's not a lot of secrets or collectibles. It's a very linear Kirby game without much in the way of that. But still, it's a fantastic game, and I had some great music and some fun abilities. My favorite being Laser. That box art is so shit. What, for Nightmare in Dreamland? It looks like it's straight from the anime, dude. A Kirby Squeak Squad. Another game, has collectibles. Love that game. Got that from my first DS Lite with Pearl version. Plot makes no sense, but whatever, Kirby. You did your best. All in all, great time. All in all, great time. It's interesting, because, like, Kirby the Forgotten Land was just... There's just something about it, man, that was just, like... Maybe it's because it was brand new. That was the first time I played it. Whereas these games I played... these Kirby games down here I played multiple times. Like, I played Kirby Crystal Shards, Nightmare in Dreamland, Squeak Squad so many times as a kid. But it was the first time I ever played Forgotten Land. It was just like, the first time you play a Kirby game, it hits different, you know? Because you can't really speed run it, so to speak. You see everything firsthand as it comes, which is always fantastic. I love the first time I play a Kirby game. This is the factory from Scarlet Curiosity. River Child Factory. One of the last areas in the main game. I love this theme. Nightmare in Dreamland is basically a revamped version of Dreamland. It's very good. It's a very good game. It's Kirby. It's classic like Game Boy era Kirby, Game Boy Advance era Kirby. But Superstar Ultra, which I haven't actually streamed, that one is the best handheld Kirby game. There's so much to do in it. So Koto Koto Reimu. This is Koto Koto Reimu 1 and 2, I assume, right? Chat, I like this game. It was very simple. It was cute. It wasn't too long. But you know what? We had some great moments in it. We actually did have some pretty great moments in it. And we had one of the best Byakuren fight themes I ever heard in my life. I'd pull it up for you right now, but I can't. It's very good. Very good. Alright, Kubanashi Recollection. That's an easy one. Kubanashi Recollection is a phenomenal game in every aspect. The character writing for the memories in the end. The art style, of course. Zenorat's art is amazing. His fucking music. Zenorat, Peridot, whatever you want to call him. Peridot, I guess, is his group name. His music is really good. His puzzles were fun. His mechanics were good. His little cheats that you could do. The speedrun aspect, timings. Like, Kubanashi is a phenomenal game. And I have thought about playing it again, but I've never really, like, done so. The dude makes really good music. Like, really good music. And the game is a good showcase of his talents, but you've probably seen some of his stuff past this game. This game's actually a few years old now, but he worked really hard on it, and it shows. And you can tell that he really likes Sekibanki. And it's a game that really captures the love that somebody can have for a specific character, going out of it so much effort into them. It's hard not to acknowledge that, really. Segibanki is a character that I think is great. He's not my favorite, but just this game alone is really enough to kind of sway your opinion on the character higher, I think. It's very good. Yeah, the dude's music is really good, I know. He's got some really hot hits on YouTube. YouTube algos all over his full flavor tracks. He does more electric-based stuff, which I'm usually not a fan of. I haven't listened to a lot of his newer stuff, but Kubanachi's OST is fucking top-notch, so I know he's good at what he does. My workout music is various things on my phone, although I just kind of let it play. But when I do cardio, I specifically look out certain tracks that get me really into it, and I sit there and I start talking to myself. But I mouth the words and I close my eyes and I get into it, and I ignore all the tiredness that I feel from running, and I just lose myself in the music, and it's extremely effective. Left 4 Dead. Poggy's game chat. Left 4 Dead 2, one of my favorite games of all time, as you know. Revitalized years ago, from Back for Blood. And the recent things we've done on stream have been great for it as well. The Hard 8 challenge has been a lot of fun. Been a great time just playing the game again. And it's just a phenomenal game. There's not much else to say. Lethal Company. Chat. I want to play Lethal Company again. On stream. I don't know if there's been an update or anything. I think a lot of people have burned out on this game. And I understand why. Because the only thing you can really do for this game after a while is just, just grind for high quotas. But there's no end state. So the main draw of this game really comes from just playing it with certain people and just getting a kick out of it. But there does come a point where it gets old. Yeah, slower, bigger updates is good. And I like the base game, and I'd rather play with less mods than more, to be honest with you. I think there are some mods that I like, but there's also, I don't really want to, like, it's the same thing with Left 4 Dead 2. I don't want to put on a bajillion mods on a game and turn it into some kind of fucking Frankenstein of weird ideas. And so I honestly, like, the very vanilla game of Lethal Company is great. It's just a great game to play. And I do kind of miss that sometimes, but I'm sure there'll come a chance where we can play it on stream again. Probably next update or something. It'll be fun to do. Because the game is good clip material when you're just kind of playing it with people. And Christian hasn't really played it either, so he's content machine. He's a content machine. And then the rest of us play like fucking dumbasses, because we don't take it super seriously. You know, we're not going for high quota, or we're not min-maxing shit like that. So we're just, I'm just trying to get Christian's death on camera. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. But the game is very fun, and obviously when I play it, I do play it with the, I play it as intended. Get the scrap. I like doing well on days. I do like doing well on days, and I like playing it properly. But yeah, I'm not gonna like jump in a hole because it's funny. I'll jump in a hole by accident. I won't do it on purpose. But there's tons of. I will fight a bracken though. I'll try to do that but I'll do that no matter what the circumstances because I'm a dumbass. Okay. Next, Light. This is another very old one, chat. RPG Maker combo game that I played with 3 different episodes. It's very good. About a little dragon girl and the dude who took her in. And unfortunately, I don't remember much more than that. I don't remember the specifics of the story because this is something that I played in my first year of streaming. It's very old, but it was very nice, and I remember it. I remember Light. She has a very memorable name. I know Christian's played it since, but it was fun, and it was just a nice compilation of little stories with little gameplay bits. I wish I remembered more, but the fact that I remember as much as I do after all these years tells me that I did thoroughly enjoy it. Lily's Well. This is another one that I thought was really good. I played this one on a recommendation, and yeah, it was really cool. The different aspects to it, they stick out of my mind. I enjoyed it. I don't really know what else to say about it, because it just was a good game. It was better than I was expecting it to be, for sure. Lisa, of course, Lisa had a great time with it. I played Lisa on stream after having played it before, so I was familiar with. I remembered a lot of stuff, so I wasn't super lost or anything like that. And I also knew which characters to bring to make the gameplay flow a lot smoother, so that was nice. Didn't play the complete version, didn't care to. But yeah, Lisa is a really good game that I highly recommend to a lot of people. It's got a lot of dark humor, but it also touches on a lot of very serious subjects through its main story. And it's a very depressing game, but it's got just great music, a great mix of comedy and tragedy. It really knows how to play with those two themes and balance them out in a way. Because, you know, humor is a coping mechanism for sure. So the way the game combines darker themes with dark humor is like, it works. It all makes sense in the context of the game, the world, and the plot, and all of that. It's a very good game, and if you like Earthbound, you would really like it. It's I wouldn't say it's mature Earthbound by any means, but there's similarities to Earthbound. A lot of people like to talk about those. But it is just it's just a really, really good RPG. Luigi's Mansion. Chat, I played, this was the first game. This was the first game. Ugi Lancio. The first game I ever recorded for the VOD channel, and I did an H rank run, which means the only treasure I grabbed was King Boo's crown. So I dodged every other treasure, and I restarted if any coins or anything fell on me. Well, not coins, but and then you can't make Luigi drop. But Luigi's Mansion is a phenomenal game. I played it a ton as a kid, and it was fun to play it again on stream all those years ago. Obviously, I remember a lot about it. Was it super poggies? No. H rank is not very fun because you're actively avoiding collecting things, but it was something neat to do. Thank you, Vertical, for the resub. I really enjoyed it because, again, it's Luigi's Mansion. I'm actually not a fan of Dark Moon. I never played 3 either, but I got bored of Dark Moon because I didn't like the mission-based aspect. But Luigi's Mansion 1 is a game that I hold very highly, and I love watching people play it. And I just love the game in general. Everything about the game. Also, the music used to scare me. Mario Golf. Chat, I like Mario Golf. Just saying. I like Mario Golf. I do. But some of the end game stuff is not easy. And I couldn't do it, so I kind of clicked X on it. But Mario Golf is fun. It's a very fun game, and I actually enjoy it a lot. I never actually played the newest one, but Toadstool Tour I had a ton of fun with. Yeah, it's got a ton of death for no real reason. But it's another one of those games. It's another one of those games that I can watch somebody play and just thoroughly enjoy. It's one of those weird games. It's very good. I like it a lot. Mario Kart 8. I only played Mario Kart 8 once, and it was kind of like a meme of a stream. I didn't have anything else to do at the time, but it was fun to play. Mario Kart 8 is a good game. I don't play it regularly at all. I haven't played Mario Kart in a long time, actually. But, yeah, what can I say? Mario Kart is always going to be fun. I played it a ton through my life, for sure, and I still remember how to play the game well enough that I can still play it. But Mario Kart 8, I haven't really touched at all. None of the DLC, none of that. I'll probably pick up 9 when 9 inevitably comes out, for sure. But yeah, that's I don't really know what else to say other than that. Mario Paint. I played Mario Paint a couple times. I've played Mario Paint a couple times, and it was just me drawing random shit. I actually drew Flandre in Mario Paint. It's the thumbnail of the first VOD, and it actually turned out kind of well, all things considered. Paint was fun, just drawing random shit, having a good time. And now I'm actually trying to learn how to draw properly. So, you know, not using my mouse, using a pen, tablet, everything. Oh, and it's hard. Now, Mario Party. There's a little bit of a cop-out. But, like, it's Mario Party, man. Mario Party's never not a good time. But it's hard to call Mario Party a Turbo Poggies game, you know what I mean? Like, there are definitely some games that happen in Mario Party that are really good. For the most part, when we play this, we're just shooting the shit with each other, you know? We're just shooting the shit with each other, having a good time. Like, no one's getting salty. No one's getting, like, mad. We're just, you know, we're just playing Mario Party and talking about whatever the fuck. Having a fun time with it. But it's a little, you know, it's hard to call them, like, super poggies. It's not like we're popping off or anything like that. If we had some drinks in us, I'm sure we'd probably be popping off really hard. Drunk Mario Party always plays differently. But when you're sober, we're just having a good time talking and playing Mario Party on the stream. So yeah, that's kind of the case for all of them. Mario Party 5, honestly, I could throw in the mid-tier, and I don't think people would really argue it. Because Mario Party 5 is a little barren. But all the other Mario Parties are definitely, like, they're just good games, you know? And there's so many to choose from. There's so many options. Scroll up, you bitch. I like how when you can physically see my mouse. Marissa's Magic Shop. This was a weird game that wasn't too complicated and had some very suspect writing. But it was fun. I had a good time with it. Got one decently length play of it. Beat the game. That's all I needed. Yeah, just better than I thought. Fun writing. Good art. Not much else to say. Marissa Land Legacy. Now, Marissa Land Legacy is unfortunate. It is unfortunate, to say the least. I don't regret playing it because the main story stuff was fine, but the extra worlds were asinine. I think the main draw of this game is the multiplayer aspect, but I didn't actually utilize that. But it's basically a revamp of their original game. And it looked nice, and it played decently well. It's just some of the levels got kind of stupid, and I shouldn't have pursued the extra stuff because I quit out at that point. If I just stopped at the main story, I probably would have put it up a tier, maybe even 2. I wouldn't necessarily call it a bad game, but it got really stupid. Mayohiga. Now, both these games here are going in the mid tier, just because Mayohiga I do remember, but I don't remember specific details. And I know it's a Yumeniki fan game, but once again, I do not remember specific details. So, as far as I'm concerned on that regard, the games were fine, but if there's nothing about them that inherently sticks out to me, then I'm not going to say they were great either. I really do not remember what was in me at all. Now, Mega Man. Oh boy. Mega Man 1, regrets. Mega Man 2, it was mid. Mega Man 3, regrets. Mega Man Ultra, ultimate regrets. Mega Mari, mid. Alright, let's explain. So, Mega Man 1 is just awful. I hate that game. I don't like that game. That game was annoying as shit. Mega Man 2, I've played a few times prior to playing it on stream. It's fine. Boop. Yeah. This is Sengoku Gensokyo's one of their OSTs for that game. Mega Man 2 is a fine game, but like, I don't know. I played it a few times, I knew what I was supposed to do, so I beat it, and I was like, okay. Mega Man 3 pisses me off I think that game is fucking tragic. The robot masters that come back when you beat the robot masters were awful. The Wily stage was just not memorable. The Wily bosses were shit. The final boss is shit. Just get me out of there, dude. Mega Man 1 and 3 can suck my nuts. And Mega Man 2 is just a fine game. It's fine. I don't think it's the greatest game ever made. And trust me, I've played every fucking iteration of it because every fan game in the world uses it as its ideas as a base for theirs. Mega Mari is a game that's cool in idea, but unbelievably frustrating. And the only reason I don't have it on below mid is because I'd beaten it before on stream, so that the time I played it again, it went much better. But Mega Mari has some absolutely ridiculous bullshit, especially if you don't know it's coming. And it's not a very great game, but I'm okay at putting it at mid because most of the stages are okay, with a few of them being really, really bad. But if there was only one time I played Mega Mari, I probably would have put it in regrets. Because the game, it's one of those games that you probably know or heard of in terms of Tohou fan games, but it's honestly not that great, especially compared to others. It's a piss-off game. It really is. And then you're probably wondering, chat, what is Mega Man Ultra? Well, let me tell you, Mega Man Ultra is one of the few times, if not the only time, I played something on stream and I was so upset over it that I did not bother uploading the VOD. That's what Mega Man Ultra is. Because the game it's a mod of Mega Man 2, and the first 7 stages I played were great. The 8th stage was not very good, and then the Wily stages were just an absolute waste of my time. And by the time I finished the game, I was like, that was so awful, I desire never to hear about this game again. So I didn't even bother uploading it to the VOD channel. And I think that's the only time that's ever happened. Straight up. Might be the only time that's ever happened. Unbelievable. Now, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's Rising. It's Revengeance. That game, like, even on subsequent playthroughs, when you play that with an audience, like, everybody knows the memes. We all love the fucking memes, man. We love them. We love the memes. Thank you, Matoya, for the raid. Appreciate that, man. Like, it doesn't matter how many times I see it, but the dialogue between Armstrong and Raiden is just so good. It's such a good, like, that whole chapter is so good. I fucking love it. It doesn't matter how many times I see it, man. It doesn't matter how many times I see it. And obviously, you know, the meme style, all of it. It's all memorable. Some of us have remembered the whole goddamn script down to the letter. It's just a great, stupid, fun game. So, like, straight up. It's a stupid, fun game. I don't know. I don't know. What else could I even say about it? Moemon Platinum Randomizer. So, I do remember doing this, but this is a really old one. This is a really old one that I played. Moemon Rando on Platinum was fun. I do remember it enough. I'd say I had a great time with it because it was all seeing all the Moemon sprites. They're very nice, very good. And Rando for it was cool. Seeing some variety. It's just a good time, really. I also remember... I remember this specifically. I remember I had a Dragonite. I had a Dragonite, right? Actually, it might not have been Moemon, but it was Platinum. I had a Dragonite. It hit level 55. It had Wing Attack. As you know, when Dragonair evolves, it gets Wing Attack. That's the only stab move that it learns as Dragonite. Wing Attack. So, I don't know what Wing Attack's base power is in Platinum, but I know it's not good. So what I did was I was giving Dragonite Earthquake. I was giving Dragonite Earthquake, and I got rid of Wing Attack for Earthquake. And someone in chat was like, why would you get rid of Wing Attack? It's stab. And these are the comments that sit with me for a long time, because I'm pretty sure he was like being legit when he asked that question, and I wasn't sure how to answer him, because at the same time, this is the kind of person who types in chat and like they try to tell you how to play Pokemon, but then they say something like that and I don't know what to think anymore. I don't know what to think anymore. It's not kind of based. You don't understand. Wing attack with stab is weaker than earthquake on neutral targets. So earthquake is the stronger option unless wing attack is super effective. But if I need to hit something super effectively with a flying type move, I am not clicking wing attack. I'm not clicking wing attack. I have Dragon Dance. I Dragon Dance an earthquake. Like, wing attack? Brother, I'm level 55 Dragonite. And that's... If I don't have a way to hit something with a flying type move at fucking Victory Road except a wing attack Dragonite, what happened in my game? And why wouldn't you just use fly at that point if it was about power? Because fly is stronger, and the AI is not going to switch out to dodge it. Sure, you can miss 5% of the time. Metagaming Breloom. Oh my god. It's a Dragonite, dude. It's a Dragonite. Almost all types weak to fly and resists ground. It's a Dragonite. It clicks Outrage after Dragon Dance. It doesn't even need to click Outrage. It clicks its true neutral 120 base power move with +1 attack, and it kills you. Ah! Where am I? Moyashi Monogatari. One of the best games I ever played. One of the best games I ever played. Keep it up and I'm gonna stab you! Oh man. Yeah, Moyashi Monogatari, Bean Sprout Story. Phenomenal game. Free game. Absolutely filled to the brim with great content. And some, a little not so great content. But that's the nature of the game, having spreading itself out so much. Some levels sucked, but very few of them actually sucked. Everything else is just fun reference game, spot the reference. Just a great time, collect the records. Phenomenal game. I think it's still updating as well. I don't know if the creator's done with it yet, but you bet your ass if it ever updates again, I will be on that shit like white on rice. I promise you that. Amazing game. Mystical Ninja. My first time ever beating Mystical Ninja. And just seeing all the shitty localization changes. And the robot fights are awesome. The robot fights have so much depth to them, despite the fact there's only 3 of them in the game. Kick, kick, punch. Punch, punch, kick. But yeah, it was a weird 3D platformer game that I had a lot of fun with as a kid, and I enjoyed playing through it properly on stream and actually finishing it for real. Never seen anything else related to the series after this game, but yeah, it's a weird game that I had on the 64. Dash. Gensokyo Zero. This game was really cool, and it was two bosses, but I played on the ridiculous hard mode, and it divided up going over 2 hours. But the game's mechanics were great for what existed, and it was just a really good game. I remember it. I dedicated a whole time slot to it because it was so good. I played it like the 3rd game in a jam collection. And I was like, wait, I'm still playing. And I was like, oh, I gotta make this its own thing now because like it's been going on for so fucking long. That's a really good game. New Super Marissa Land? Now chat, the only reason it's going here in mid is because I decided to 100% the game. And let me tell you, New Super Marissa Land is a great game if you do not care about collecting everything. But if you want to get all the collectibles, it's not that fun. Because there's no checkpoints in the levels. You need to get all the stars, and the stars only save if you beat the level. So if you don't get them all, you can still save your progress, but you gotta beat the level with them. And some of the stars are in really shit locations. Some of the levels are kind of rough. I remember the door maze in Satori's house. And also your reward for getting to the very end of the secret world with all the collectibles is you get to do a special boss fight. And if you win, you get a slightly disheveled Reimu. That's it. That was the reward. So yeah, if you go for 100%, the game is not worth the effort. But otherwise, it's a really fun, it's a fun Mario platformer type game. And the controls work really well compared to their previous game. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. I really wish I did not miss the refund window on that, because that was a $50 game. Good God. Good God, man. Good fucking God. Nitori Box? Chat, Nitori Box is really good. It had amazing OST. I really wish I could see the story of it, because the translation didn't exist. It doesn't exist. But I remember being stuck on color puzzles. Some of the extra worlds were kind of annoying, so I didn't really do too much with those. But this is another really good puzzle platformer that doesn't really overstay its welcome. It's kind of like Metroid, but it's a lot more focused on puzzles than platforming, and it stays that way the whole way. And the OST is really, really, really good. I like this. I like the OST for the game a lot. It's a very, very good game. You know, you had to sneak that one in there. I mean, I did play it for over 2 hours, right? Nitori's Gemba Reconstruction Plan and Nitori Inc. I'm going to put these right in here right now. So, Reconstruction Plan I played pretty recently. Done by the same group that did the Subterranean Detective, which you'll see down there later for sure. It's a fun little game. It's not the type of game I usually play. Like it's not the type of genre I play. But it was simple enough for me to figure out. It wasn't too complex. Kind of resolved the game pretty fast, thankfully. And I was able to just kind of enjoy the little story bits that got thrown my way as I went. It was a fun game. And then Nitori Inc., which unfortunately, I don't think Nitori Inc. has received an update in like 3 years. But there's still a pretty solid game that exists there. And what's there is cool. The games there are great, but, you know, there hasn't really been any information on it for so long that it's unfortunate that it's in the state it's in. But like I said, there's still like a lot of games right now you can play that are good quality, but you won't be able to get endless options for renewal. There's enough there that you can enjoy some time with it for sure. But yeah, it is a shame that it's not doesn't seem to have any conclusion coming towards it. No One Lives Under the Lighthouse. This is easy regret tier. That is an easy regret tier, for sure. Because that game started out neat, and then it got really weird and really stupid. And by the end of it, I was just like, what the fuck is going on? So, that's a shame. Because it had a neat idea, but then it just turned to whatever the fuck it turned into. Peret and Heru was a great game. This was a really, really cool, like, old game style RPG horror game that takes place in the Egyptian pyramids. I remember it very clearly because of how, like, cool it was. Didn't really care much for the combat aspect, mind you. But, yeah, just what I played of it was great. And I remember that one the most out of all, like, the RPG horror ones that I played back then because it was so good. It was very cool. Perfect Memento and Tohou question. Okay, so this is a really old one that I played, actually. And some of it's all true or false questions. And I actually played this well before I had read any of the written works. And a lot of the questions are about the written works. But then it had some really stupid questions that may or may not have been a part of the DLC. A few ones, for example. One question was, Eternity Larva has a secret, true, false. What? Okay. But here's my favorite question. So, chat, a true or false question indicates a objective correct answer, right? That means there is an objective correct answer. One of the questions asked about Koichi and Kokoro's relationship and asked if it was good or if it was bad. And I said, true. At least I think I did. Either way, point is, the response to it was I was wrong. And the blurb said, actually, their relationship might not be as bad as we think it is. Which is like, cool opinion you got there and what's supposed to be an objective question. Oh, you know, it might not be as bad as we think. Oh, it might not. So you're okay. So your subjective opinion is as a question presented as objective, huh? Cool. That's cool. I definitely was gonna get that right. Would Reimu kiss Marissa? True, false? True or false? Oh yeah, Boom Boom Maru. That was a fun one. It asked me if her paper was called the Boom Boom Maru News, and I said yes. And it said no, actually, it's called Boom Boom Maru with a period at the end news. And I was just like, are you fucking kidding me? So, some of the questions in there were really stupid, and I didn't like them. But some of them were good. I liked the question about protagonists. That was cool. One of the questions didn't even load properly. I had the wrong text on it, so I got it wrong, and it gave me a completely different answer. Alright. Pikmin 1, great time. And on top of that, Pikmin Randomizer, Pikmin 2, all great times. So, Pikmin 2 New Year, yeah. So, Pikmin 1, obviously, I like that game a lot. Had a great time playing it again. The Pikmin 1 Randomizer was hilarious at the start, for sure. And just, I had a great time with that as well. But there's only so much the Pikmin 1 Randomizer can really do. That said, I did get Gulix like 3 times, and it killed like 40 of my red Pikmin. I remember that. I ran into the Emperor Bulblax arena, and fucking Gulix spawned, and just choked out all my fucking red Pikmin. And I was like, what? Why? And that was the second time it did that too, because that enemy can replace others, but it doesn't spawn in until you walk over it, so you can't even see if it's there, and then you just get you get water bombed, dude. You just get waterboarded on the spot, and your Pikmin dies so fast to Gulix, it's insane. And also, you know, Smoky Prog just kind of appearing every now and again. Very fun for first deal with it, for sure. A lot of fun. Pikmin 2 New Year was the second Pikmin 2 hack I played. I had a lot of, mostly color differences, more than anything. But it had a lot of aspects to it that were refreshing, and it felt the closest I've ever played to vanilla Pikmin 2 in one of the mods I've played is definitely in New Year. But I had a great time with it because I like Pikmin 2 a lot, so, you know. I feel like I'm underselling it, but it was still a really great hack. Pikmin 3, sorry to say, chat, I had regrets. I don't like Pikmin 3. I learned that the hard way. I beat it once, and then I couldn't finish it. I regret playing it because I got so close to the end and then realized that I didn't really enjoy it, so I stopped playing it. It's a shame. I don't think it's bad, but I don't know, it just doesn't do it for me. It really doesn't. Not like Pikmin 2. Pikmin 4, though? Honestly, Pikmin 4, that's going in Poggies. Pikmin 4 was great. My first time ever playing it, and I played it for just hours on end, straight. I played the shit out of it, and there's so much content, it's actually overwhelming to some degree. Only thing is, I don't think I'd ever be able to properly play Pikmin 4 again, just because there's so much tutorial and there's so much content, but I loved the game. I really, really, really liked the game. And I got everything in it. It was not as difficult as other Pikmin games, but obviously not. I like the new Pikmin, they were cool. New Pikmin being Ice Pikmin and Ochi. Ochi kind of solos the game. Disco Longlegs, Funky Longlegs, whatever it was called. Love that guy. It was a great game. It was a great game, and there were so many callbacks to previous Pikmin titles with different returning enemies and stuff. It was really, really good. Fantastic time with it. Pikmin 216 I'm in the middle of playing right now, but I'm thoroughly enjoying it. And Pikmin 251, much like 216 and all the other ones, just a damn good game. Pikmin 251 was so good. Honestly, it's I should probably throw it in Poggy's tier, but you know what? I am gonna throw it in Poggy's tier. I am. Pikmin 251 was just like, it was so good. It was incredibly good. It was the first Pikmin hack I played that was like, holy shit. It really opened up a whole world. It opened up a whole world of Pikmin for me. For Pikmin hacking. And then I played New Year after Pikmin and then 216, which I'm at. And again, I'm liking 216 a lot right now. Pikmin 2 was fun. And 251 was the gateway to all that. For sure. Pizza Tower. How could I not, dude? I know I didn't go for P ranks or anything like that, but holy shit, this game's OST. This game's OST, its overall just design. Like, everything about this game is phenomenal. And this is coming from someone who's never really played Wario games ever. But, like, Pizza Tower is just a fantastic game, dude. I thoroughly enjoyed it the entire time I was playing it. And I know I didn't go for any of I didn't go for, like, every unlock or anything like that. Didn't go full completionist, but I feel like if I tried to go full completionist on this game, I probably would have walked away less happy with it than if I just finished the main story like I did. But yeah, if you like grinding out those types of games, then it's got a lot worth grinding out for. But for me, I think it's better I stopped early because I would have probably liked the game less. Pocky and Rocky. Chat. Pocky and Rocky. Man. Funny game. I had fun with it at the start, but I know by the end of it, Andrew and I were fucking just blasted. We were so done with the garbage. Oh my god. But still, it's, you know, we had a good time with it. It's fucking hard though. Fucking hard game. Still waiting on that revamp. Bing Crystal. Alright. This was fun. Okay, hold on. We're gonna put these in here. So, let's start with Bing Crystal. So, Bing Crystal was funny at first, but it lost its luster pretty fast, but I still decided to finish the whole fucking game. I really shouldn't have done that. I should have cut it off early, because it definitely lost a lot of the flair it had. The Blaze Black. The reason I put this down here in Salty Boy at the end is because I know that Joyano's hacks are well regarded and they're good and all that, but I know that by the end of it, I was fighting trainers that pissed me off. And as soon as I ran into that guy with the rain team in Victory Road, I was more or less like, I was pretty much ready to stop playing then and there. I really was. So yeah, I regret. I don't regret playing it per se, but by the end of it, I had a worse opinion of it than I would have liked. And then Black and White 2. So this was actually something special I did, chat. This was a color palette randomizer, which I actually want to do again in the future. But what I did was I played Black and White 2 simultaneously. And what I mean by that is that every time a Pokemon fainted, I would switch game and I'd play the other game. So I was playing them simultaneously in a sense. Yeah, so we had some Pukemons, but we had some really good color palette changes, like that Dragonair. That Dragonair was gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. But yeah, some of the Mons look cooler in one game, and some look worse than the other. But I would just switch between them every time a Pokemon would faint, and we were kind of playing them alongside and see which one would finish first. And it was fun. It was actually a lot of fun. It was a very neat idea that I did. And yeah, at some point I'd love to do a color rando again. I wish there was a more sophisticated color rando that didn't affect the line arting, because then, you know, we could have the black outline and have them actually look like proper Pokemon instead of them being like pukey. But it's hard to really control. Some of them turned out really well, and some of them looked like radiation victims. Blue Kaizo. I mean, are you really surprised? That was one I played to completion before I uploaded VODs. And I would used to, every time a Pokemon fainted, I would take a drink of my mud shake. And on the SSN, I got through a bottle within 2 trainers. And I was like, cool, guess we're gonna stop that right now. Blue Kaizo was ass. Absolutely ass. I hated it. I really did. Fucking hated it. Pokemon Channel? Pokemon Channel was great. So this one actually did make it in the bot channel. This game is very weird. It's very fun. So, the animated special that comes with this game, the Pichu Brothers, I can't stream it because it gets copyright claimed. So what we did is, I wrote out a script, basically, of the episode per part, and Demo made up assets for the storybook. So we turned it into a storybook, and it was great. I'll even show you. Let me pull it up. I should have one in here, I think. Let me see. Do I still have it? There it is. Yeah, I do still have. Okay. Got this huge ass picture. Okay. Look at this, chat. So this was a scene from the 4th part, and Demo made a couple like customizations to it. The shiny Magmar is from the Crystal playthrough that I had at Crystal Kaizo. I don't know why the Gengar's a top hat, but yeah, he just he basically turned every episode into 5 pages, and then I read out the script I made for it, summarizing the episode, and it was fun. It was a surprisingly large amount of production value we put into that playthrough for no real reason other than because I thought it was cool and I wanted to do the idea. But we worked pretty hard on that one. We really did. All for Pokemon Channel. Very random, I know. Pokemon Char version. Okay, I don't regret playing this, but it was really stupid. It was very stupid. It was funny. I wasn't salty because it was easy to beat, but like, it was very stupid. It just turned everything into Charizard. Crystal Kaizo. I don't regret playing Crystal Kaizo, because I think of all the Kaizo games I played, it actually was not, it was far from the worst. It was far from the worst. There were aspects to it that were better than the previous ones. Obviously it's Kaizo, so it's still a bitch, but I actually can't say I regret this one quite like the Blue, because it wasn't as bad as Blue. Although it did have a ton of its own moments for sure. But by the end of it, I was definitely like I was doing the secret boss fights, and they were just ugh. So yeah, Kaizo is Kaizo, so it's not meant to be fun. But yeah. Speaking of Emerald Kaizo, what an absolute fucking waste of time that one was. But I promised it when I got partner, I would play it, and so I did. And Emerald Kaizo is awful. It's awful. I think it is the worst one by far, and the only reason I finished it, I played the whole game legit up to the Elite Four, and then I got six Wobbuffets, and I cheesed it, and I did not care. No, I only used the Wobbuffets for the last 5 battles of the game. I played the rest of that game legitimately. You gotta give me that. You can say I cheesed it with Wobbuffets, but you can't ignore the fact that I played up to the Elite Four without them. I don't like the changes that were made for that game at all. I think they're all really bad. And I get it, it's Kaizo, but like they're extra bad. And they're just genuinely unfun. So fuck that. So that game sucked as far as I'm concerned. Blue Kaizo sucked too, but like, it was restrictive. At least the map designs changed for fun to an extent. But Emerald Kaizo's map design didn't really change. It just made trainers abysmal to deal with and punish the player for even playing the game. Pokemon Fusion? Pokemon Fusion chat? That was awesome. Even Fusion was a hot game like last year for sure. But the fusions I got to see were sick. The game itself was solid. I didn't play a rando. Like tons of cool events for cool Pokemon. Just a great, well-made game in Essentials. It was very good. Fusion is a great game, and there's tons of replay value, tons of new Pokemon like sprites coming up, and with a built-in randomizer, it's crazy. There's so much replayability that you can get out of it. So much new shit to see, because the fusions are just they're near endless. They really are. There's so many options. All right, so this game here is the WiiWare Mystery Dungeon that never got translated. Was translated. They had 3 versions, and they were weird. They were short. They were weird. They were okay. They weren't bad. They weren't amazing. But yeah, I don't really have much more to say about them. They just were kind of a game that existed, I guess. They did have shinies in them though, so there's that. But for the most part, the game was kind of just a very what game. You'd almost forget it even exists. Most people would assume the 3rd game is Gates to Infinity, which is not that much better. But it was actually the WiiWare ones that came out after Explorers. Pokemon Pinball Ruby and Sapphire. I played this as a one-off. Probably got salty. I don't think pinball is a bad game, but it's pinball. So all I can say is I probably got annoyed by the end of it, and I was like, "Fuck you." That's all I can really say about that. So what is this? What is this? Sam, what is this platinum version? I can't read it. The font's too small. Randomizer Nuzlocke. Did I do that for this game? I don't remember that, chat. Tomate? Who the fuck is Tomate? Didn't use the Beedrill? Wasn't that black and white? I thought that was black and white. Huh. I actually don't remember at all how that went. I don't remember. I guess we're throwing that in mid, because streamer could not remember anything that happened in it. It was a type and palette rando. Oh! Oh, yeah. Wait, something comes to mind there. Yeah, cause I had a why not that had attack moves and it was garbage. That was Tomate, right? That was Tomate. He was the why not with the ass cheeks moves, cause he's never meant to attack. I remember now. All right. Pokemon Puzzle League? Fuck, I love this game, dude. I love this game. Croc Injure? You guys remember more of it than I do. Oh, wait, I remember. Croc got critical hitted by a Dawn fan that used Dig and on the way to Snow Point, and I was pissed. It was such a stupid death. I remember that. Puzzle League, and while I'm at it, I'm gonna grab Pokemon Snap. Chat, these are 2 of my all-time favorite games. And I remember I streamed Puzzle League. I don't remember if I played multiplayer or I just kind of played it. I don't remember. But Puzzle League is one of my favorite games. I love that game, even though it's kind of a weird game. And Snap, I played Snap on stream after they announced the new Pokemon Snap on Switch, which I never actually ended up playing on stream. But I was just like, I got an excuse to play Snap again. I love Snap. Just going through the environments, taking pictures of Pokemon. Beautiful. I love that game. So much fun. I never played any of the Tetris Attack game. actually. I just had Puzzle League. I never played the Yoshi one. I'd never seen Panel de Pon, which, that was Japanese only, right? I've only ever played the Pokemon one. It had a bunch of tracks. Pokemon Stadium 2 was great. This was a randomizer, by the way. Pokemon Stadium 2 was a randomizer, and it had a lot of great moments. So, there were also a lot of boring moments, but I specifically remember the Rattata that beat the Noctowl by spamming Thunder. Fantastic. I played with Christian on stream once and destroyed him. Probably. I'm good at Puzzle League, dude. I'm good at that game. Love that game. But yeah, Pokemon Stadium 2 was a rando that I had a lot of fun with. I beat the first round of it. Had a great time. Pokemon XD and Pokemon XG. So, this is the randomizer. Salty. And XG was Poggies. So as you know, chat, the randomizer I didn't finish because I needed to go grind and I didn't want to, and I was ready to call it quits. And I was done with it. XG, however, is a really, really good hack of the game. It's a really, really good game. It's updated for current gen at the time it was made, of course. Fairy types, all kinds of crazy TM support, ability changes, updates, moves changes, stuff like that. So they gave Mawile huge power and fairy typing. And the updated Shadow Pool for an updated like wild Pokemon, like so many additions that made the game just awesome, just really, really good. My favorite part about the game is that yeah, the enemies get more stuff to use, but in return the player gets just as much shit to utilize as well. The game doesn't decide the player doesn't get to use these tools because then they have an easier time with the AI. The player gets to use everything at their disposal the AI would be able to as well. That's what I like about it. It's very good. Pro offers calculator. Chat, this game was fucking weird. I don't regret playing it, and I wasn't salty about it. But this game was weird, for sure. It was a very weird game. Baka Quartet. So, this game is silly and a little broken. And something really cool that happened twice was that if you open your pause menu on the same frame you get hit, the game soft locks. And I did that twice. And one of those times was on the final stage of the Wily Fortress equivalent. So, yeah. I did beat the game. That final boss was bullshit. I did beat the whole game, though. But yeah, there were a lot of aspects to it that were great, but also too many that were... It also had the stupidest fucking cooldown on enemy spawns I've ever seen. Like, you could literally walk one step to the left after killing something, and it would come back immediately. Next step to the right. It was unbelievably stupid. Rabby Ribby? Poggies, chat. Rabby Ribby was a fantastic game. Bunny Girl. She is great. I love the setting, the environment, like everything about the game is a lot of fun. It's got good combat, good bullet. It's very fun. Chat, I need to get a refill on my water real quick. So I'll be right back. Stick around. More to come. Be right back. Hold on. I'll go back. back. He's back. Come on. Where'd he go? Alright. Yeah, I was talking about Rabby Ribby. That's something I wanted to say, though. Okay. Another cold one, boys. Un venito. And now, Rainbow's Awesome Holiday. Now, chat, this game was way better than I thought it was going to be. It's a very stupid game, but it's a fun game. I liked it a lot. And we're still waiting for the extra, you know, the extra. It's coming soon, TM. You know, the game had great writing, a lot of fun, very silly, surprisingly like well done combat system for how shitposty it feels. I like that. My favorite part is that they're supposed to have like stickman arms, but because Reimu's arms are positioned in the way that it is, it kind of looks like she has penguin flippers. And it's also the game where Lily came from. That's the game where Lily White came from. That specific Lily, that little goofball. Oh, but yeah, that was a great game. Got a lot of playtime out of it for sure. I even went back and played it in hard mode, and I got the secret code that I may or may not remember for the extra when that comes out. It's available on Steam as well for free now, I believe. I don't remember. It was very good. Very great game. Racing Simulator. Okay. This game was great. This game was great. It was fun. If it was a more fleshed out game than Poggy's for sure, but for what was there, it was a great time. It was very loud and very unbalanced, but it was never designed to be anything like it was never designed to be anything more than just a shithead game. Unfortunately, France could not be played, or maybe that's fortunate, and the nighttime version seemed to like tank my frame rate super hard for some reason, and I don't know why. So, but it was a great time with the maps we did play, and I enjoyed it. Oh man. Okay, Remilia Scarlet's Heart-Throbbing Adventure. So, this game was fascinating at first, but it very quickly turned into a very obnoxious platformer game. And so much so that I didn't have any desire to check out any of the bonus stuff at all. I just finished the game and got out of there. Still, it was promising at first, but by the end of it, I just wanted to get out of there. RE4 randomizer? Fuck, I love RE4, dude. I love RE4. I really do. RE4 rando is great. I remember specifically, this is the best moment that happened. So, apparently, Verdugo in the elevator bit is actually not one enemy, it's multiple. So, what happened was, the Verdugo that you can, that is supposed to be there when you're heading to turn the power on is a different enemy than the Verdugo that attacks you when you turn the power on. So I saw what the enemy was that replaced Verdugo. It was a double chainsaw guy. So I killed him, and then it was all set. It was good. So then I went and I turned the power on, which locked the emergency door. So you had to like get out of there, and that's where you're supposed to first fight Verdugo. And I was like, okay, I killed him earlier, so I don't have to worry about it. So I completely let my guard down. And I turned my camera, and the 8-foot-tall double chainsaw man was directly next to me, swinging towards me. And he scared the shit out of me. Because the thing about chainsaws in that game, chat, is that if the enemy in question is not originally supposed to be there, the chainsaw does not make any noise. So it's completely silent. You can't hear the chainsaw. So I just turned my camera and he was already swinging at me, and I jumped. I screamed. I got jump scared by him. It was a really good moment. So the randomizer was a lot of fun. I had a great time with it. RE5, RE6. Man, RE5, I love RE5. RE6, I don't like RE6 as much, but as a co-op game, I have a lot of fun with RE6 for sure. And I played both of them with Christian, so, you know, we had a great time with them. So, no matter what, you can say what I feel however you want about RE5 and RE6, but as co-op games, I think they're top-notch. As Resident Evil games, they're definitely a little weird. A little being an understatement. But RE6 is a game that I can still enjoy as long as I'm just playing it with somebody else, but I'd never want to play it on my own, ever. And RE5, I feel similar. I don't think the game would be that fun to play with AI partner. It's only really fun if you play with another human. Games are fun. Umbrella Chronicles. I played it a few times now. Yeah, on my stream I played it like years ago. It was fun to play. Again, co-op game with Christian. Although, some of the later stuff is definitely more obnoxious in Umbrella Chronicles, but as far as the rail shooter goes, it's a pretty great game. And I really enjoyed it, even if I hate the Wii controls. Tohou Mother. Only the first one? Okay, so Tohou Mother 1 is great. I really like Tohou Mother 1. Oh, it's called Return to Tohou Mother, okay. Okay. So Tohou Mother is great. It had a lot of cool stuff to it. I thought it was fascinating. And I had a great time with it. I wouldn't call it Poggies, per se, because there was definitely some issues with it. I mean, the whole random, like, inclusion of, like, Earthbound and Mother-related stuff was weird. But as far as the game went, it was pretty good. I thought it was good. Oh. I forget the name of this game, chat. I forget the name of this game. But this game was also surprisingly good. Wasn't very difficult, thankfully. Rigid memory, yes. Or I guess rigid memory. I don't know. I don't know. How do you pronounce the word? This game was pretty good, and I'm glad I got to play it. Even though, you know, it's a little awkward to how I had to play it, but it's not something that really took away from the experience for me. Which is great. Wasn't too hard. Wasn't too complicated. I did miss some of the flavor text, which sucks. The puzzle at the beginning was just did not really do a good job setting the game up, because none of the rest of the game was like that. But the idea of Yoshika and Sega's story in this alternate universe is kind of fascinating. Genuinely a good game, good time. Rock Maiden FC and Rock Maiden FC 2. So, Rock Maiden FC and FC2 are both solid games. They're not hard. They're actually on the easier side. They're also very their style is also reminiscent of early Mega Man as well. They were fine games, and I enjoyed them. You could argue, honestly, if you played them yourself, you could probably argue they're mid. I wouldn't fight you on that, but I had a good time with them. Just they were solid. They were solid games. Although I wish the art style change did not, you know, I wish the art style change didn't change, because I like the Rock Maiden art style for the trilogy a lot. Rogue Legacy 2. Oh man. Oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. Okay. Alright. I don't regret playing these, but holy shit, Rogue Legacy 2's end areas were a pain in the ass. And Rosencruz, oh my god, dude. Some of the shit in those games was so unbelievably frustrating. And it's so unfortunate. I don't regret playing them, I partially regret finishing them. Especially the second one. The second one was kind of worse for it. But the first one wasn't the first one had its moments. I think actually the second one I do kind of regret playing. I just remember I got a comment that was very upset at me. Because in the Wily stages for Rosencruz, I was talking I was talking about the parts of the game that I didn't really like, but I was also talking about all the parts of the game that I thought were pretty great. And I got a comment that was very angry that all I was doing was focusing on the negative. I was like, okay. I gave the game a lot of benefit. I sung its praises where I thought it did great. But holy shit, where the game failed for me was very obvious, and I was not shy about saying it. Man, some people do not like when you talk negatively of their video games, huh? So if I remember correctly, I know what game this is. I know what game this is, and let me tell you right now. I'm gonna pull up the exact music for what this game is. Yeah. Yeah. Not this one. Not this one either. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Not this one, but this one's great too. It's not this one either. Damn it. Just give me the playlist, damn it. Just give me the playlist. There it is, this one. This one. This one, this one, this one, this one. This game was made by Twilight Frontier. This Satoru Komeji's Mental Education is a puzzle game that was very neat because you kind of had to like solve the puzzle as the game played, and the goal was to get Koichi to the present box, and sometimes Orin and Oku. It was a very, very fun game. Very fun game. I even had some extra content after the main story as well. I just kind of found it on a whim, but I heavily enjoyed it. I love that game. It's very fun. And then Sengoku Gensokyo. So this is another one, chat, that's going in Poggy's tier. I am genuinely surprised at how much I enjoyed this game. This part right here. I love this part of the music. Sengoku Gensokyo is a game that I was worried I wasn't going to understand. And to be fair, I did kind of cheat units in. But as far as the story was concerned, like, I really enjoyed it. The character writing was top-notch. The whole focus around Reimu's attitude as in her role and her as a person being the main, like, you know, the main part of the whole story. The fact that Sakuya was berating Mei-Ling and Mei-Ling was like, now hold the fuck up, and got on her, and they got in a fight. That was great. So a lot of very, very good character moments in that game. I loved it. I really did. I'm pleasantly surprised at how much I liked that game, because I thought I was just worried it was going to be a game I wasn't going to be able to figure out. And granted, the gameplay loop definitely got a little whatever from me, even when you don't count the cheat units I used until the final boss. But the music was great, and all the different art was great. And like I said, the biggest strength for me was definitely the character writing. It was very top-notch. And now, Shady Trial. You're not really surprised, right, chat? This game was... every part of this game kept you on your toes, because you could never, ever predict it. It was impossible to predict it. It was so stupid. It was so ridiculous. It made no sense. It never tried to make sense. It was all over the place. But that was the best part. And, yeah, the animations to it were all phenomenal as well. Mikimoto is one of my favorite characters, dude. Like, legitimately, one of my favorite characters. That dude was so fucking stupid, but he was fantastic. But yeah, all the different art, like everything about that game is top notch. Absolutely top notch. And we're on a W streak right now because Shanghai.exe. This game is one of the best Tohou games I've ever played. And it's not even really technically finished. That's the craziest part. This game is so fucking good And chat, there's a Tohou mod that is based in the Shanghai EXE universe that I will be playing when I finish Tohou Platinum. I want to play that. It's based on that, so from what you remember from that. Alice is a middle schooler, Remy is a grade schooler, and her Navi is Shanghai with an attitude. But yeah, great music. All the quality of life stuff from later Mega Man Battle Network games, from what I understand. My first Battle Network game, too, as well. And that's my first time ever with the style. Great variety and options. Fascinating character writing that takes a little bit of creative freedom because, you know, fucking Sumireko and Renko are sisters in that game, which is funny. Because that's not how that works at all, but it has to kind of be how that works because, as I said, Alice is a middle schooler. Her last name is Shinky. Her mom is Shinky. Her name is Alice Shinky. Her best friends are Rika, Remilia, and some other guy whose name escapes me. And Raisin, who's a fucking child soldier. And Kawakama's older sister, who has an actual fucking tank, and her net navi is an itty bitty little Patchy. Shanghai EXE is one of the best Tohou fan games I've ever played, and that'll probably never change. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Now, where is it? Okay. Silent Hill Homecoming. Now, chat, make no mistake, I love Silent Hill Homecoming. I think it's great. However, there were a couple of things plaguing this one. Number one, the setup was terrible because this game is not friendly for setup. Number two, I fucked up the slide puzzle and I spent an hour trying to unfuck it, realizing I couldn't unfuck it, so I just had to figure it out. Number three, when I got copyright strike by some asshole because of a cutscene that he decided he owned. So yeah, this game created more problems for me than it needed to, so it was an unfortunate experience. However, I really like the game, so it's still a game I really like. Can't say I had the greatest time streaming it as a result of all the bullshit, but I wasn't salty at it. I like the game. This is a very, very early stream, one of the earliest ones on the channel. I think I streamed it around the same time as Luigi's Mansion because of Halloween games, or October games. Great game though, well, in my opinion. It's not a very great game. Smash Bond Spirit Red. That was fine. I don't remember too many specifics to it. Just that I did not have a desire to play anything past the story. Like I didn't play anything to play extra post game. But I remember enjoying enough of it early on. But I know that like there's not a lot I remember that came after a certain point. There were a couple like trainers or like gym leaders I remember vaguely, but unfortunately a lot of it didn't really stick out to me after having played it. But the idea was cool and it was fun while I played it. I remember that much. But I can't say I had a great time with it because there's too many blanks in my memory about it. Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic 2 and Knuckle. Alright, so this is Sonic 2. Sonic 2. Sonic 3. Alright, so let's begin. So Sonic the Hedgehog 1 is not a very great game. And I had to cheat through Zone 3 because it's garbage. So, yeah, wasn't happy about that. But after that, the game was fine. I put Salty Boy by the end, but it was mostly just because Labyrinth Zone was ass. Sonic the Hedgehog 2, I put it in mid, but I wouldn't really call it a bad game. It's fine. I kind of got annoyed at Metropolis. That's really what got me, is the Metropolis stage really pissed me off. But the rest of it, I like Sonic 2. It's cool. And Sonic 3 and Knuckles, which I played and got the Super Emeralds, Hyper Emeralds, Master Emeralds, Omega Emeralds, Soul Emeralds, Secret Rings. I got them all. I got them all. And I turn into Epilepsy Sonic, and I kill Eggman Bot. But yeah, Sonic 3 and Knuckles I played a ton of because of Mega Collection, and I like that game quite a lot, actually. It's my favorite Sonic game for that reason, but I'm not really huge on 2D Sonics, all things considered, so it's not a Poggy's game for me. But I really like it. Not as Knuckle, though. I don't play as Knuckle Blast. Sonic DX? Oh my god. Sonic Adventure 2, had a great time with this one. And Sonic Adventure 2 Rando, that's top. Alright, so let's start. So Sonic DX, I did not play the mod that made the game better. I played the base game. I got every emblem, and it was a terrible experience for the majority of it because holy shit, the game was not fun in a lot of missions. But I did do it. Big wasn't even the issue. No. Okay, actually, I take that back. Big's bonus missions were pretty fucking annoying, but Big was not the issue with the game overall. There was so many other things to it that were just terrible. Oh man. Terrible. Now, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle itself, I played way long ago. I did 180 emblems playthrough with Chows. It was a lot of fun because Chows are fun. And getting the A ranks isn't the most fun in the world, but you know. The real peak though was Sonic Adventure 2 Rando. We played through the story mode chat with model swaps, stage swaps, voice swaps, cutscene swaps, and we pieced together our own story. I remember Wario was like the president or something like that. We got to play as him, but the Sonic Adventure 2 Rando was a lot of fun. I did it twice, yeah. I've actually played through it twice. If it gets a substantial update, I'd probably play it again because it was fun to just, you know, do a story and see what kind of bullshit we can make up for it. It was great. It was great. Eggman installed a Trojan into his computer. The ultimate Trojan. Sonic Riders. So, Sonic Riders is a game I actually really like, and I've 100%ed it on my own time, for sure. But I just kind of played it as a one-off stream, and I had fun with it. Because I like Sonic Riders. Not much else to say about that, really. Soul Calibur 2. Now, this one was fun. This one was fun. Hold on. I'm gonna go back to my playlist now. Orin's ass is huge. When she, oh my god. Anyways, what was I? Okay. Don't harm me. Don't harm me. You know exactly what I mean. You know exactly what I mean when I say that. You know what I mean. Okay, where was I? Soul Calibur 2, I did Weapon Master mode, and it was fun to play. I know it got silly as well. Some of it got silly. Some of it gets a little repetitive, but for the most part, I had a more positive outlook on it. Enjoying the stupidity of it. Ring Out. Fight properly. That's not Soul Calibur 2. Splatterfaith. Top-notch game. Splatterhouse. Great time with it. So, Splatterfaith was the first one I played. Really good game for no real reason. Full of parody. You play as Snai, she does her fucking crib walk and just punches things and they explode. She can punch a fucking alien, a xenomorph, and it like explodes. I love the enemies, the boss references to different like Splatterfaith stuff. The extra stuff was cool, but my god, it got bad after the. It got really bad after the second stage. It really bad. But you know, there's so many good things in Splatterfaith for sure. And the OST is very, very good as well. I had a great time with it, even though I couldn't do the extra stuff. It was too hard. It was way too hard. And Splatterhouse itself, I enjoyed. I played much later on, and there are a lot of things I recognized from Splatterfaith in it. And Splatterhouse, I think I only play the first one because the other ones are weird. And getting that one set up was kind of a bitch anyway. Alright, Battle for Bikini Bottom, Rehydrated. Yep. Love that game. I love Battle for Bikini Bottom. Rehydrated was great. As a casual player, it was fantastic. It was a great time playing that game again, and I actually managed to get everything in the game. Just a fantastic time overall. Didn't play any of the multiplayer mode, but, you know, it had some SpongeBob memes thrown in there extra as well, which is cool. I appreciated that. Yeah, just like a nice revamp of an old game that they really, the people who made it, they really cared about the original products. They tried their best. That's good. So, Subterranean Detective Orin and Satori. This is the game where Orin walks very slowly. So I started playing Furret Walk whenever she started moving. This game was great. I really enjoyed this game. Just having her walk from place to place, taking notes, finding a culprit. Orin Detective at her finest. That was a cute game, and I got like an hour out of it. It was very good. I'd love to see more like it from them for sure. We got... What is this game? I know what this game is. This is the game that our L3 was pause. Yep, that's what this game was. This was the game that L3 was pause. So I'd rotate the stick to hit things, and then I'd press and do it, and then I'd exit the stage and have to restart the whole thing. Yeah. Yeah, that game was fascinating. That's fascinating. Very, neat. I did finish it, but yeah. It got, pretty samey by the end of it, unfortunately. Castlevania 4. You know what? I'm not gonna put it in mid. I'm gonna put it here because the last two stages of Castlevania 4 are so fucking annoying. But the rest of the game is cool. But holy shit, Stage A and Stage B before Dracula are ass cheeks. And this is also one of those games that I played because Christian couldn't beat it. He was playing it and he gave up, and I was like, pfft. And then I did it, and then I was like, this is awful. This is the worst fucking stage. Climbing up the clock tower on the staircase with the blade coming up towards you is garbage. Absolute garbage. I hated it. But otherwise, the game is cool. Super Mario 64 Chaos Edition. No explanation required. Super Mario 64 Multiplayer. So I played this with Christian, and we got 119 stars. And it's literally just as it says. You play a multiplayer with someone. Now, since we played this... there's been like a huge, you've probably seen it on Vinny's stream, but there's a big expansive like multiplayer Mario 64 mod complete with mini games and stuff like that as well, where you load in with everyone, like 4 people, and they even have compatibility with it for that Yume Nikki type of Mario game, B3113 or whatever it's called. So, and you can have more than 4 people. You can just have a whole fucking like plethora of people running around. So that's really cool. But this one we played was really old. And for some reason, the Koopa the Quick Start on Tiny Huge Island didn't work, so we got every star but that. We also created multiple Bowsers somehow. I don't know how that happened. We made 2 Bowsers, but that one was fun. Mario Brothers, Salty Boy. Salty Boy. Best game ever made. So, Mario Brothers and Mario Brothers 2. Or Super Mario Brothers and Super Mario Brothers 2. Sure. Games that I had never properly beaten before I played them, games that were frustrating at the end worlds, and games that by the end of it I was like, fuck you, Mario, and I was done. Mario Galaxy, my favorite game of all time, and playing it on stream with a control scheme that mirrored the Wii Remote pretty goddamn perfectly was phenomenal. Being able to play Galaxy on a controller and have it emulate on controller as well as it did, with some hiccups, mind you. But it was nothing beyond what I couldn't handle, and it was great to play Galaxy again. It was very, very good. Now, unfortunately, Mario Galaxy 2 I can't put as high. I had a great time playing through the main stuff, but unfortunately, the technical issues that have come with Mario Galaxy 2 has been nothing but pain. And the only version that would work was the older version that didn't properly have the right... Like, the setup didn't work properly on the older version to Dolphin for no real reason. So I didn't want to play anymore after I beat the main story. Which is a shame, because I think Galaxy 2 is a great game. And some people say it's better than Mario Galaxy 1. In a lot of places I agree. But yeah, I didn't end up getting everything like I had originally planned to, just because I didn't really want to play with that control scheme anymore. And I couldn't get it to work on my latest version of Dolphin. It's so unfortunate. And like I said, there's plenty of ROM hacks for Mario Galaxy that use Mario Galaxy 2 as base, but because I can't get Mario Galaxy 2 vanilla to run, I don't think the ROM hacks are going to actually work. So I can't play any of them. Sucks. Super Mario Strikers. This game is actually very simple, but I had a great time with it. There's not a lot of crazy super moves in this one, if there's any super moves at all. It's when charge is when things get off the fucking wall. But yeah, I had a fun time with it, even if it was pretty stock standard. Just kind of played ball and talked. Super Mario Sunburn. This one was neat. So this one had, it didn't kick you out of the level when you got a shine sprite. And it had like a couple bonus stuff, which was fascinating as well. But for the most part, it was a nice return to Sunshine to play again, with a couple cool quality of life stuff added to it. It's a great time. And Mario got skin cancer from it, which is so great. Super Mario 1 line. Okay, chat, I need you to understand. I have never laughed harder on stream than when I played this game. And the reason was just because Christian just kicked the shell up and it just didn't hit the block. It just didn't hit a block, and it just fell, and he just stood there. He just stood there, and like the shell just went up and then came down and landed in front of him. He just didn't move. He didn't do anything, and I just thought that was so fucking funny that I laughed myself to tears. I could not stop laughing. It was so stupid. I just laughed myself to fucking tears. Because then he tried again, and I think he fucked it up again. That was the hardest I've ever laughed on stream. Ever. Was him just failing to hit that block with an upward kick shell. It was so good. It was so good. So one line was fun. Regrets. New Super Marissa Land is not a good game. It's so clunky. It's very rough. And the extra stuff is awful. And I beat every extra level. That's the worst part. I beat every fucking extra level in the game. Even the garbage ones. I spent 53 minutes on Extra 1. It was one of the worst levels ever created. Holy shit. But I did it. I regret it. Super Russian World. Okay, Super Russian World was actually pretty cool. The second level was weirdly like a weird skill check. And the game only had a couple stages to it. But I remember the baseball level was funny. The baseball level was funny, and it had a couple like really cool worlds to it that I remember. But yeah, it's not really finished. But I had a great time after the second world, or second level. Super Sny World. Now, chat, this was Super Mario, but you played as Sny. And Super Mario World, I had a great time with Super Mario World again. I played through it with as Sny, and it was just, you know, the Sny sprite's really high quality. And that's the only change. So you used to look at the classic Super Mario World untouched, but you'd play as Sny instead. And like I said, it was just great to play Super Mario World again. And it was just fun to kind of like enjoy the ride with with Green Mario. Smash Brothers Ultimate. Regrets. I regret ever playing Smash ever. No, I'm kidding. I played this a couple times with Andrew just on stream, and it was fun. I enjoyed it, but ultimately I never really did anything with it because, well, I was just kind of playing a couple matches with each other. I didn't play online. I don't like online. Actually, I did play online a couple times, and I got some clippies, but that was my capture card was ass, and it had serious desync. So, still, game was fun. I actually haven't played the game in years. Not years, sorry. I haven't played the game in a long time, though. I haven't played the game in a long time. Suiko Patchy. Wait, what? What's this one? Wait, didn't I already do this one? Didn't I already do this one? I don't remember what this one is. If it's not the other one I'm thinking of. There was multiple. Yeah, I don't remember what this one was, though. This is the one with the small frog? Oh, the one where I have to drop the pieces and it plays the level like the Mario versus Donkey Kong. I remember that. It had some really dumb extra levels, but the early stuff was pretty fun. Taco Man? Oh, man. Taco Man is a great game for no real reason. I love Taco Man. And it's on Steam now as well. Game is very strange. By all rights, it shouldn't really exist at all, but, you know, it does, and it's fun. It's very goofy, very silly. I really like it. I'm not very great at it, though. And the final boss is kind of a mash heavy, but, you know. Aside from that, great game. Tempest of Heavens and Earth. This one is great, too. I think this one is good. But, I didn't properly figure the game out by the time I finished it, and I definitely got my ass kicked by New A couple times. But still a great game. I got kind of overwhelmed by the amount of options I could do, and I never really did much of them at all. Tevi, we're still playing Tevi. Tevi's great. I don't like Tevi as much as Rabby Ribby, and I think the main reason for that is because Tevi's story is like. Tevi's story is bouncing around like a fucking chihuahua on caffeine. Like, it can't sit still and follow a proper flow. It's going wherever the fuck it wants, and I don't even know what the hell's going on anymore. But we're getting through it. We're getting through it. We will finish it. But I'm still enjoying it. I think it's a great game, but I'm very confused what's going on. And I don't even think that's because of how infrequently I play it either. I think it's just the nature of the game. Oh. Oh man. This is the Disappearing Gensokyo. The Disappearing Gensokyo was a game that I thought was really neat at first. And then it got worse. Slowly, very slowly it got worse. And then it all culminated when I got my ass kicked by Remilia. And I was like, what? And then I got through her, and I got through Junko semi-painlessly. And then I got to the final boss, and I was like, this game fucking sucks. This game fucking sucks. I'm done playing it. So, I regret. I regret getting that far and then just not being able to finish it. I really do. I really do. Now, this could go in salty, because I was salty by the end, and I wasn't fully salty until the end. But, ultimately, I probably would have been better off if I did play this game. Oh, man. The Gods Crawling. Okay, I remember this one. It was neat. The whole game is black and white because your character's colorblind. They can't see color, but they can only see the color red. Its endings are kind of weird, but the game itself was pretty fascinating, so. But I can't recall much else other than that the concept was kind of cool, so. Let's leave it at that. The Legend of Twilight. This was the, Ruma... This is the Ruma Legend of Zelda game. I like this one. This game was good. It was very simple. It wasn't too, wasn't too difficult. But it was fun to play as Ruma. It was made by the guy who made the Kirby one as well. Just really decent, like really good length Ruma games, just done by a solo dev. It was a good time. I really enjoyed it. The Wind Waker. This one was pretty great. This is the Wind Waker rewritten, chat. The one I played where it changed. It was Wind Waker, but it changed all the story. So it turned Link into a gnome. It turned the King of Red Lions into a sheriff. It turned Ganon into a lol man. had a lot of great writing changes. I think I had a lot of fun with it, and it didn't change anything core from Wind Waker. So you know, it was good. It was a fun story. Scroll up. Oh man. 3 Fairies, Great Hoppin', Great Flappin' Journey. Okay, so I don't regret playing this. But I did not get very far. And the biggest issue with it was A, the gameplay loop did not do much to engage me. And B, because the translation was so rough, I didn't actually get anything out of the game at all. I could not enjoy any form of story because it was incoherent, and I didn't particularly enjoy the gameplay. So there was literally no reason for me to keep playing. So I stopped. I cut it early, which is a shame because I liked a lot of aspects of it, but there just wasn't anything there for me by the end of it. So I had to be I had to bow out. I had to bow out. Not my game. Not my game. They'll live on in Mystia's izakaya where they're busy getting freaking high. That's what they'll be doing. Okay. So now we have Tohou 1. Highly responsive to prayers. Salty boy by the end. Tohou 1 is a fine game. It's kind of difficult. It's neat. It can be very frustrating. But it has a lot of cool characters. Tohou 2 is one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. I hate Tohou 2. I think it's terrible. It's really bad. Tohou 3 is pretty cool. I like Tohou 3. I enjoyed playing it. I liked it. Tohou 4 as well, I think was great. I really enjoyed that. And Tohou 5 was similar. Oh, whoops. I dropped it. So those games were great. Those were fine. Even without the focus button in Tohou 3, it was still like a cool game. And 4 and 5 were great PC98 games, even though they were still kind of rough. 1 is aggravating, and 2 is a bad game. I give 2 a lot of shit, but I also cut it slack because it's like the first of its genre. But you can't tell me that. You cannot tell me objectively that 2 is a better game than literally any other Tohou game in existence, because it's just not. It's just not. You can like it more than other games. I won't stop you from that, but you can't tell me it's better than any other Tohou game. I just won't hear that. The game sucks. EOSD. I've actually done EOSD a few times. So if you count the main time I played it, the time I played it 4 of a kind, the time I played it with the aspect ratio, we've gotten a lot out of EOSD for sure. We've gotten a lot out of EOSD, and it's always fun to play it. Had a great time with the aspect ratio, made a highlight out of it too and everything, so that one gets cheated into Poggies. But for the other ones... Oh, whoops. You know, I had a great time. I'm actually going to end up putting the Immaterial Missing Power in mid. And the reason for that is because the story was not that great to play. And the style that we played it in. We were bad. We were very bad. IN was great. I like IM. POFV was also great on the revisit. Shoot the Bullet, I had a great time with. Yep, Shoot the Bullet's great. Mountain of Faith is great. Hisel Tensoku, still on the mid side because, again, we weren't really good at playing the game. But the story was more enjoyable than last time, for sure. Subterranean was great. UFO, nothing but regret. Hisel Tensoku, I technically played it, but not really. Not really, you know. I did like one story playthrough of that, and it was fine. Double Spoiler, yeah, that was great. Great Fairy Wars, yeah. I guess I wouldn't say I regret playing it, but I don't regret playing through the main stuff. I regret trying to play the extra stage, though. The extra stage was not fun, and we ditched on that pretty fast. UFO is one that I was a salty boy and I regret playing it, but hey, I delivered what I promised. So, there's that. I beat the fucking hard mode. I charged... Chat, hard mode UFO. Every sub equated to 1 second of UFO, and we actually hit 30 minutes worth of subs for hard UFO. And years later, after I promised that, I actually beat the hard mode. And then the idea of a lunatic makes me want to cry, so we haven't done that. 10 Desires. I don't like 10 Desires very much as a game. That's Hopeless Masquerade. Hopeless Masquerade is okay. Double Dealing Character. Yeah, I had a great time with that one. Damaku Amanojaku is great. It's a really good game. Had a great time with that one. What is that? Oh, that's the alternate case for 14.5. Okay. Sumireko's game. Throw that in mid. Man, oh man, oh man. Tohou 15. Holy shit. That game is designed to be a bitch. Yeah. This is 15.5. Hyoibana. Hyoibana was great because I got to play as Juniper. That's right. No, 15.5 was fine. But by that point, we kind of had a better idea how to play the game, so that was nice. But it really isn't that much more than the other ones for their mid, you know. 16 is definitely salty by the end. The final bits of the game pissed me off real good. Violet Detector, regrets. Now, Violet Retrograde Genesis, I'm putting that in Salty Boy by the end because I definitely stopped. Like, I got annoyed and I rushed to beat the game. But it was a definite improvement over Violet Detector, and I thought it was good. But the difficulty was definitely more geared towards experienced players than anything. And some of them were definitely a struggle to get through. But it was a good hack. Oh. Wily Beast Amicus Creature. Yeah, had a good time with that one. Goyuku Ibun is it's a game. It's got great music. It's got Yuma, but the gameplay, man, the gameplay for some of those characters was beyond not great. So, Unconnected Marketeers. We didn't really play much of it. We just kind of cheesed our way through it. Bullet Black Market. I didn't like that game very much, chat. I really didn't. Bullet Black Market I thought was not a very good game. I'll stand by that. I will. I regret playing it. But not... I was gonna play it, obviously, but it's like... Man. I wish I cut my losses before I tried to push through it. And Tohou 19, which was great. I like Tohou 19 a lot. Tohou Alive, that is definitely a Poggies moment right there. Tohou Alive was a very early game that I streamed. And it was Live Alive, but with Tohou characters. And it was really well done. Like, very well done. And I had a great time with it. I did, like, pretty much every piece of bonus content except for Kadama, because his story was ass cheeks, so I fucking hate him. I hate him. He's stupid. But yeah, I've since seen Live Alive, like the HD version. I watched Vinny play it. So I've seen like the main game. But yeah, my first exposure to the series was through the Tohou version, and it was very enjoyable. Touhou Mugen All-Stars? Come on, man. That's an easy Poggies moment right there. You know what's good shit we got out of that? I got a 40-minute highlight video waiting to upload. 40 minutes, man. 40 minutes. It'll be coming soon. TM. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. And I want more Mugen characters to do another stream of it. I do. Artificial Dream in Arcadia. I'm really enjoying this game right now. I'm still in the middle of playing this one. It's not as hard or bad as I thought it was going to be, for sure. And I am really enjoying it. There's a couple maps that are annoying as fuck. But for the most part, yeah, it's a great game. I'm not a super huge SMT fan. I don't go like crazy on min-maxing, but I am enjoying playing it for sure. Azure Reflections. This game is great. This game is actually legitimately great. I really like this game. Fully voiced, great character writing, great art, good gameplay for 2D side, a couple updates as well. Very good game. Very good game. Blooming Chaos, I regret, because that game was insanely grindy and I barely got my foot in the door before I was just like, no thanks. Touhou Bohin, this game was cool. This is a fairly recent one I played, actually. I thought this one was great. It kind of explored its story is definitely interesting. Kind of a horror game type of deal. You play as Cherno, but Cherno is kind of completely irrelevant to the entire game. But the story it tries to do with Sakuya is very unique, and I've never seen it before. So, it was cool to see. Tohou Damaku Kagura. Reimu set fire to the rain. Watch it burn all away. So, Kagura's story, while its conclusion is very weird, it's funny to watch Reimu solve the world's problems by doing Reimu things. And also the game is fun to play. I'm pleasantly surprised how fun it is to play. And I enjoy playing it, and I'd like to play it again soon. So yeah, it's a great game. Fantastic. Fantastic game. Double Focus. Double Focus, I have one issue with that game when I streamed it, and that's that it soft locked on the final boss in the middle of it, so I had to redo the first phase. That was annoying. But I talked about Double Focus earlier in the week, actually, when I talked about Genso Wander. But this was the attached game to Genso Wander originally on the PS4, and I had a lot of fun with it, even though there are a lot of very glaring flaws with it that really should not be in the game at all, because they make some parts of the game really fucking obnoxious for no good reason. But otherwise, it's a cool game with some cool ideas and neat options. I enjoyed. But it's definitely held back by a couple really stupid design choices. Touhou Fumo Kart Racing. I turned 3 tracks into 2 hours of content at like multiple times. That's what I did. That's what I did. I turned 3 tracks into 2 hours. So, good job, me. That game is very silly, very fun. I enjoy it a lot. The customization options, and there's still more to come for it, of course, as well. Dev is still working on it. Probably, I would love a fully fledged out game with actual like compatibility, like with the racing game. Just join up, play the game, you know, with 100-man race. Amazing. Genso Wander Reloaded. So, Genso Wander Reloaded and Lotus Labyrinth are. So, Genso Wander Reloaded is a game that I really enjoyed the story bits from, and just the dialogue and stuff, and general gameplay, but every boss is a piece of shit, and there's no exceptions to that. So I had a great time overall. Now, my issue with Lotus Labyrinth is that, yes, the writing for this game is also fantastic, but holy shit, the endgame dungeons were such a piss-off. There were like, the enemies that started spawning in were just the big enemies, and I couldn't really handle them, and their abilities were really stupid, and you just did not have a lot of control over what your party could do, and things just died around you, and you didn't really feel fair. So when I got to the end and beat it, I was like, good riddance, you know? But like, up to that point, it was great. But I was definitely more annoyed by this game than by Genso Wander. I did stop Genso Wander early, but I did enjoy a majority of it despite the bosses, whereas Lotus Labyrinth got really bad by the end game to a point where I just wanted to push to get through it. Genso Wander's difficulty balance is pretty bad, yes. Oh, you got pretty annoyed at the first game. Yes, I know. What I'm saying is that there was more story that was more fun in Genso Wander, whereas Lotus Labyrinth, like, when I got to a certain point, it really was just a matter of, oh, I just want to hold forward and beat the game. But when I was playing through Genso Wander, there was like DLCs I could do with more story, or things I could do to like take a break from the shit. Although I do remember when fucking Trevenant Flandre over here killed me, and I was like, this is so stupid. That was a dumbass boss. We'll see what the next one is. Tohou Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. My first GTA game, and I really enjoyed it. San Andreas was fun, and the Tohou stuff made it all the better for sure. It's fantastic. Yeah, trying to control the plane on the controller was not really possible, which is really weird because the game originally came out on Xbox, and so the Xbox controller should just be able to handle it naturally, but for some reason it can't, and I don't know why that is. I have no idea. But there were so many good moments in GTA Tohou for sure. Phenomenal time. I wish more GTA games had mods that heavily. Healing Nature. Alright, so Healing Nature is a lot of fun story-wise, but gameplay-wise, holy shit, I was done with the gameplay. I was there for the story and not the gameplay pretty quickly, for sure. I lowered the difficulty as low as I could get it, and I was a cheese lord as fast as I could be. But other than that, I really enjoyed it. This was around the time I was working on the fan character video, but I didn't know anything about Ha. So I played this, and I didn't end up talking about Ha, like at all. But I gave her a little special shout out because she's kind of like, as far as fan characters go, she's kind of a bit of a name to her, all things considered, compared to others. She has a hell of an art day. Her and Hodo, the bird from the bird game, you know, whatever that one was called. I don't remember. I don't remember what that what her name was, what the game was, but those two have their own art-specific days for in their fan characters, which is pretty impressive. So I had to mention her there. And that's how I learned about her in the first place. But yeah, the game was, story-wise, was fun. I really enjoyed it. But the gameplay aspect definitely was like, no. Oh man, so Hero of Ice Fairy. So this game is phenomenal. This game is very good. I really like this game. It's great music, great boss fights, and fun challenges. Admittedly, Aya was not a challenge that I was very happy with, but the others were, they're all difficult in their own different ways. But I wasn't gonna do the full timeout stuff because it's just I didn't want to do that at all. But it's a cool twin stick shooter in a weird way. It's not really a twin stick shooter, but you need both sticks to, like, you know. But I like it. I think it's a great game, and it's definitely worth playing. It's a good boss rush game. Okay. So, Touhou Ibunseki. This is the weird Monopoly type game. I don't think Monopoly is the right word for it. With a really weird translation. And I remember the last time I played it, I played the chapter with Inosuke, and I was like, this is the stupidest fucking thing. And then there was a chapter that came out after that I didn't even bother playing because I heard it was even worse. And then they ended up nerfing it, but I never bothered to actually go back and finish the game. And the multiplayer was kind of archaic. Like, you had to basically host and have everybody join from your IP to play multiplayer, and I was like, no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. But the game itself was neat up to that point. It was a good game. I enjoyed it. But yeah, by the end, by the Renosuke chapter, I was like, fuck this game. I couldn't play multiplayer anymore, and the only thing that was to come out after that was an even worse chapter of Renosuke. I was like, no. No, thank you. I see this game is by Fortune Cat. So this is the first Momiji game. This one was great. I enjoyed this one. And it was also the only one that didn't have issues with running. I couldn't play 2 and 3. Yeah, Katsugeki Kidan. And Katsugeki Kidan Online 1, which was just, you know, pretty much a revamped version of the first one. The only part about the first one that was kind of lame was the Corindo Tower, where I spent like 40 minutes running up a staircase, like, in a fucking, like, slither pattern until I got to the top. And then the Weird Cat game, where I could play as the Weird Cat. And I did. I played as Weird Cat. That was my character in online too. She couldn't talk. she couldn't talk, but she attacked with her wheelbarrow. She's not from that game, I don't think. I don't really know where that Orin is from, but it's not the first place I saw her. The emote actually is from the Flash game I played where Yomu beats the shit out of Mion and then tosses him. And then, like, that Orin is in a window sometimes in the background that flies by. And it was just a really stupid face. I was like, what? What is that? That's also where the Suika and the Oku emotes come from as well. The Oku Shock and the Suika Rage, they both come from that game as well, from the background. Yeah, see, the custom Fumo exists in Lethal Company. It's Strange Cat Fumo. Touhou Lost Branch of Legend. This is one of the best Touhou fan games I ever played. It is, do you really need, what do you need me to say? What do you need me to say, man? I got to play this game, and I was like, I don't know how to play card deck builders at all. These card RPGs, I can't do it. And I played it, and I was like, this game is great, I gotta play more. And I have since played it so much more. It's not even done yet. It's still in early access, and there's still plenty to come. It's such a good game. I wish I could get the word out more for it, because they definitely, like, the group making it is definitely operating this at a loss because of how much they put into it for how much they're getting back from it. But they're doing it because they're very passionate about the game, so they want to finish it. They don't want to half-ass it. So I wish I could, like, put the word out on it more to help in that regard. But there's nothing I can really do. Nothing huge I can do like that. But it is such a good game. It really is. If you like Slay the Spire, I think you would like this game. And I don't know anything about Slay the Spire though. So, man, look at this list. Touhou Luna Nights. This is once again another one of those greatest Touhou games ever created. This is probably the Touhou fan game that people talk about when they're recommending fan games for people to start with. It's one of those fan games that you can play as someone who doesn't even know anything about Touhou, and it's still like a stellar game. You don't need any prior knowledge to Touhou at all to enjoy it. It's just a really good Metroidvania type of game, and it's got just the like Sakuya controls really well. She's got cool abilities. The boss fights are great. It's all very good. It's a very, very good game. It's a phenomenal game. I played it twice actually. The first time I played it, and then the second time I played it without using time stop or slow time or snail time on the bosses. So I beat them without that. It's very cool. It's fun to do. Touhou Mario Imperishable Night. I don't regret playing it, because I thought the game was really neat, but holy shit, some of the boss fights were just... Oh, man. Oh, man, some of the boss fights were terrible in that game. They really were. But the game had a cool idea, and it was surprisingly girthy a game. It's a really old one. Touhou Monster Tower Defense. This game was funny. It was okay, though. I'm not really huge on tower defense. I enjoyed it. But, like, I don't know. There became a point where I was just kind of like... going through the motions, I guess. Still. It was a big dog. What was the ending again? I don't know, dude. It was like a giant eyeball, I think. Return. Oh wait, this is Touhou Mother. Wait, this is Touhou Mother. And this is Return of Touhou Mother, isn't it? Okay. Let's correct that then real quick. There you go. PQR. There you go. Yeah, so Tohou Mother 1 is, like I said earlier, confusing in places, but still a pretty solid game. Tohou Mother 2 is one of the weirdest fucking games I think I've ever played. And I dislike so much about it, and I really wish I didn't play it. I really wish I didn't play it. I, honest to God, wish I did not play it. Seriously. Just, it was dumb. It was stinky, it was stupid, and I hate it. Alright. Touhou Misty's Izakaya. Now, chat, this is one of the greatest Touhou fan games ever made. Streamer, you said that like 5 times now. Yeah, because it's true. Misty's Izakaya is, just like Luna Nights, one of those games that I don't think you need to know fucking anything about Touhou, and you can just enjoy the comfy sim game that it is. But it's also, unlike Luna Nights, a phenomenal introduction to Touhou and various characters and areas. In a digestible, haha, get it, because it's a cooking game, format. You can learn about specific characters from different places sporadically without needing to really go anywhere else. But you learn a lot about different characters. It's great. It's just a fucking phenomenal game. It's a phenomenal game, man. DLC 5. When that comes out, I'm on that. Mystical Chain. Okay, so Mystical Chain is a game that is really cool, and some people really like it. I was not good at it, and the final boss was infuriating because the final boss was not fun. The final boss was not fun at all, and putting all that aside, like, my frustration was definitely building up from prior bosses anyway, because I was just struggling to, like, do the right moves, because control stick fighting game inputs, messy time. But I understand why the game would be so well liked, because there's a lot of creative freedom that you can do in it. It's insane how much freedom there is to actually do attacks in it. But I really do think that the final boss was not very enjoyable, and it really siphoned the fun out of the game for me. In an already decaying state I was in at that point. Touhou New World is okay. Chat, I have to pee again. So I'm gonna go pee again, and I'm gonna go get myself another bottle. I'll be right back. Time to pee! Chat. Can you believe when I was like... Okay, listen. These mud shakes are 5% alcohol. But would you believe me if I told you that back when I played Blue Kaizo, one of these was, like, enough? Would you believe? Shake before opening? Oh shit, I wish I read that. Alright. Shake, shake. I didn't know I had to shake. How big is it? It's 270 milliliters. It's 5% alcohol. And that's all it took. Alright, I shook it. Should I open it? Okay, I'm gonna open it. Alright, alright. Whoa! Alright, where am I? Right, okay, so Tohou New World. Tohou New World was the excited, anticipated sequel of Scarlet Curiosity. And it came out, and it was fine. The game was fine. Somebody got really angry about it, though. I got a comment that was very upset that I played the game and I talked to the stream. I talked to the chat while I played it. How do they put it? How do they put it? It was it wasn't this video wasn't a Tohou New World gameplay. It was somebody talking while Tohou New World played in the background. I was like, damn. That almost sounds like every stream. Damn, man. That's streams in general. Look, man, if I'm having an emotional moment or the video game is like serious, I'll shut the fuck up. But if I'm just running through a fucking open world for the 17th time in the game, killing whatever, and like, you want me to do? Just sit there and look at myself and be like, yeah, okay, alright. But the game was fine, but I don't feel like it was different. It was super, like, advanced past what I got from Scarlet Curiosity. Pocket Wars. Chat. This game was... I don't regret playing it, but this game was exceptionally, like, lame. But it was great because chat hated it. Chat fucking hated this game. How can I explain this game? I don't know. You play Tohou gachas, but you play as a character who knows everything about Tohou. He's a really big fan, and he always inner monologues whenever he's with Tohou characters about different Tohou events that happen at the time, just to remind you that he's a big Tohou fan. Yeah, I mean, I cheated so we could actually see the story, and the reason for that is because everything in this game is a fucking RNG grindfest for no reason. It's not very good. Alright, so here's this. Alright, so what do we have here? So, chat, we have Puppet Dance Performance Shard of Dreams. This is the original game that I played with Andrew way back when. And this one was great. For the first playthrough of this game, it was fantastic. And then after that... we had Shard of Dreams Extended. This is the mod for Shard of Dreams I played much later. And yeah, that one was great too. The only issue I take with it, and it's not the mod's fault. The mod added a lot of new areas. And thankfully some of them were mid-game areas, so they were more fun. But end-game Puppet Dance Performance, the AI is very good at not making the game fun. And unfortunately, the extended mod with its additional endgame stuff was not very enjoyable because you kind of didn't really, you weren't really playing the game. The issue with Puppet Dance Performance's AI is how it cheats, so you kind of only really win by like out cheating it. But it's not capable of strategy. It just simply picks the best option, and it's not engaging. like, at all. It's really not very engaging to do battles at that point. It sucks. But it's, but the mod itself was great quality and added a lot of great stuff. So I did enjoy it a lot. And the randomizer was great. I didn't go past Shinky on the randomizer, but the coolest part of the randomizer for me was that it also randomized the costumes, so we could see more costumes on different puppets. So the randomizer was a lot of fun, although I did kind of like brick my game a little bit to set it up, and so if I ever want to play it again, I have to like unbrick it, which I think I have to do if I want to play the Shanghai mod, and I don't even know how to do that. I haven't really thought about that at all. Yeah, that's where Lily with my 140 base attack Lily with the ability that doubles her attack and defense, because she had the Miracle Mallet, which is not supposed to be on a puppet that isn't small shimmy with her base like 50. So she turned into a killing machine. Oh man. Yeah, I know about the 19 expansion as well, but the thing, I have to wonder how much that is, because I don't want to play through the entire game all over again to see those areas. But like, you know, because like the original extended added areas from 16, 17, 15.5, 16.5, 17, 17.5 technically Yuma got in the game in the latest version, and 18. So like, there's a lot more to add, and also more stuff from PC98 as well, which was cool. Now, obviously, there's a chance. There's the mod that's gonna add Tohou 19 can also have more PC98 stuff, or even some stuff that like wasn't finished or was cut in the mod. We'll see, but it needs to be a pretty substantial amount of extra stuff, I think, to want me to play the game again. All right, Tohou puppet play. Chat. This one was help me out here. Was this the one I played? Oh, that's your one. I thought it was called Enhanced Reloaded. Wait a minute. Wasn't it called Enhanced and Reloaded? Huh? No, I know which one this is now, but I thought it had a different name. It was? The title screen's basic? Oh. Okay. So yeah, this was like one of the first, if not the first one I played. And it had Johto, it had a bunch of Poopit, and it was a great time. I didn't get the Dex in this one, though. I didn't. I believe it was, a new extension will be a complete overhaul. Are they gonna fix the AI? Did my feedback help with later development a lot? Are you sure about that? Because I am known to bitch and moan when things don't go my way. I don't know if that's top tier dev advice. However, I do think that some of the shit in the Elite Four was way too prepared for the player. And with Fire Red's levels, it's quite obnoxious because fucking Kanto's Elite Four is way too high leveled for the player out the gate. They need to grind, especially so when the opponent's teams are like, hey, guess what? Coverage moves for days, bitch. Hope you know how to type chart. Also, you gave everything in the post game a fucking lychee berry. Or a pitaya berry or a salic berry. Motherfucker. Okay. Okay. Where's my eyeballs? Sometimes my complaining can help, and other times it's just me complaining. Where am I now? Scarlet Carnival? Chat, this game is so awesome, and I wish there was another Scarlet Carnival game, because it was so much fun, and it was very good. And honestly, I want to learn how these, characters are, like, done, because if I was gonna draw, like, chibi style stuff, I definitely want to root it in the Scarlet Carnival aesthetic, because that aesthetic is very good. I really like it. They use all straight lines. Like, they're very straightforward. They got big square heads. But I'd love another Scarlet Carnival game for sure. Yeah, they're very spiky. Can't fix the AI since we lack the source code. Okay. See, the AI is the most annoying part. I wish there was some kind of way to fix it. I really do. Too bad nobody can hand over the source code, huh? I'm sure people have tried, cause you know, but yeah, the AI, the way the AI works in that game is easily the worst part about it. Even though the rest of the game is so goddamn good, and unfortunately, the AI being an asshole like it really starts to show rear its ugly head in the later game. And when you have a custom mod that adds a bunch of new like full-fledged out teams, you can't really get the most out of it. You get something out of those teams, but they're mostly just obnoxious because you get defensive puppets and you play extremely lame. Nobody has it. What happened to it? The successor to Scarlet Carnival will be people making Tohou remixes in Heaven Studio. Dude, I would love to play Rhythm Heaven Fever like Tohou style. I mean, that's basically what Scarlet Rhythm Carnival was. So yeah. It was good. It's very good. Very fun game. I enjoyed it a lot. Great music too. You know, I'm sure someday Ferdy will be able to make a game like this. Because he's made a few rhythm games now, and his style is definitely... His style would do the aesthetic justice. It's just a matter of making a full-fledged game out of it, and that's quite a daunting task for one man. Alright. Rock Maiden. So, the original Rock Maiden, I've played a couple times. Once in English, once not in English. Setting it up was a pain in the ass. I don't know why it was a pain in the ass, but it was. No, you can't sing. Stop singing. That's not long enough to be a song. Oh, nice. She's here. Rock Maiden 2. Rock Maiden 2 was my favorite one. Not so much playing as Yomu, but Rock Maiden 2 was great because it had less stupid things that Rock Maiden 1 had. Still maintained its some difficulty for sure, but it was easier. And then Rock Maiden 3 was annoying. It was annoying. There's no two ways about it. It's like they took everything that made Mega Man annoying and they had to put it in this game. So there's a lot of really cheap shit in Rock Maiden 3, and it became a lot less fun than the previous ones. It was a massive letdown for sure. It was still fine for the most part, but ultimately, like, the thing is, in the earlier games, it felt like when a character's weakness was their weakness, it made sense. But in Rock Maiden 3, it felt like every character's weakness wasn't about how much sense it made, it was about how fucking hard it was to actually hit the boss with said weakness. So if you wanted to hit the super effective hit, you had to pick the move that is the least likely to hit them. And I guess that makes some sense, I guess, but it's still really obnoxious. That game does have a yellow devil in it. It's a big, gross-looking fucking tay creature. Yucky tay. Toho Sasa. This game was funny. But I was definitely salty by the end because of that stage where I had to bomb through the entire fucking wall as Rayson. Whoever designed that stage should change positions. That's what I think. That stage was awful. Some of the stages in the game was pretty awful too. I don't know. Either way, I did it the way that I thought I had to do it, so I did it. Scarlet Curiosity. Now, I put New World in mid, and the reason for that is because, like I said, it didn't really... It reminded me of Scarlet Curiosity. It didn't feel like it changed enough, though. Scarlet Curiosity, though, I played for the first time. I love the OST in Scarlet Curiosity. It's very good. And Scarlet Curiosity was just a fun game. So, I had a good time with it. I enjoyed that one a lot. New World just kind of felt like Curiosity Part 2, but not like, I don't know. I guess I have my own, I set my own expectations too high, and as a result, I ended up liking it a little less. Oh, man. Toho Sky Arena Matsuri Climax? What the fuck is that game? I've never heard of that game. No, this game is great. I have not been able to get back to it yet, though. But it's fun. It's silly and it's strange. But I am enjoying it. You can't use the word climax in your Twitch title, by the way, chat. But whoa, chat. It's kind of cloudy outside, but there's no chance of meatballs. Insane. It's been almost 4 hours, just like we predicted. But it's also 5 o'clock, so maybe it's worse than we predicted. Oh well. Toho Soccer Mushuden. This is one of the greatest Toho fan games ever created. And the amount of playtime I have gotten out of this game on the stream is quite large. And it is just a masterpiece. It's a masterclass in crazy shit. And it never gets boring. Well, I mean, that's not true, but there are aspects to it that never get boring. But unfortunately, with how limited the AI pool is and how the AI works, and the fact that the game is a broken fucking mess that it runs on duct tape and glue, there's limits. But it is a very enjoyable game when you don't look under the hood. You know, that's what it is. If you don't look under the hood, the game is great. Just keep it all empty. Pretend you don't know anything, and you'll enjoy it. It'll be great. Fantastic game. Spell Bubble. I love Spell Bubble. I love it. Except when I don't love it, which is the challenge modes. Great game. Fun game. Great music. Good coat of paint. Unfortunately, I don't really have a lot of desire to go back to it. Because they release DLC, which is just characters for $8 with one song. And they tell you buy the character because they're really good. And it's like, I don't want to play another character. I want to play other songs. Because I don't care about the other characters. The characters are the most pay-to-win shit I've ever seen in a video game, and it's unbelievable. It's actually astounding. The fucking power creep, dude. But yeah, Spellbubble itself is a great game. It's a lot of fun. So I still enjoy playing it the off chances I get. But yeah, the game costs a fucking arm and a leg to play, which is just awful. Toho! The genius of Saphiros. Oh man. Oh man. So there's a lot of things I got out of Saphiros. A lot of things I got out of Saphiros. And unfortunately for me, a lot of the stuff at the end was just pain and suffering. But there were a lot of aspects in Saphiros that I really liked. And like I said before, Satori's skills are something I want to draw. So I started with one, I never colored it. She's got 8 pages of skills. There's a lot of things I can draw when I get the ability to do so. We're working on it though. I have a lot of ideas swimming around in my head, but I'm not confident enough to put them on paper. So it's like, it sucks. Because I'm never going to put them on paper at that point. At that point, what is an idea I'm okay with putting on paper? You know what I mean? But I'm never going to improve unless I actually try and draw something, right? I have a few ideas. For like some skills that are kind of correct, but it's about being fun with it, you know? Alright. But yeah, Saphiros had a lot of cool things to it for sure, and I liked a lot of aspects to it, but ultimately by the end there was a lot of frustration. And the post-game was definitely not the post-game was an afterthought, and that was very clear. And I can't believe I stuck with it all the way through it, to be honest with you. I really can't believe I did that. What the fuck is this game? What is this game? Is that Trifocuser? I think it is. I think this is Trifocuser. Trifocuser was cool, but there were a lot of patterns that were really dumb. So I was very salty by the end of it for sure. But it was, a lot of it was pretty cool. I don't regret playing it at all, but there were a number of patterns that were peace. They were peace. Tohou Heart Gold. This game was great, dude. This game was great. This was the most, like, beginner-friendly Tohou game I ever played. With one little hiccup in the middle around Radio Tower. But otherwise, it was just play your favorite Tohou characters and enjoy Gen 4 remakes with them. It was great. It was very fun. And Platinum Lunatic is the same way. It's pretty much the same way. And I'm currently doing the Pokédex run of it. But even if I didn't do that, it's like Heart Gold. It's just one of those games where you pick your favorite characters and you run a team and you play through Generation 4. And I love that about them. I really do. They're both very good. What do you call it? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Puppet Play. For Gen 3 Fire Red, Puppet Play is very good. And World Link. World Link is also very good. I really liked World Link. So there's very good options. So if you want to play Gen 3, you got World Link and Enhanced Reloaded are both very good options depending on which region you want to go to. And then same with Gen 4 with Heart Gold and Platinum. So you have a really good selection of games for that. Unfortunately, I don't have as many good things to say about Tohou Purple. Now, my problem with Tohou Purple is it just felt really, I don't know, lame, I guess. I played it because I heard it got, like, revamped. It was like, ooh, exciting. But then my rival had, like, fucking Pokemon or puppets like Ellen, who just did, like, teeter dance and status ailments. And I just, the game did not respect me as a player. So I stopped respecting the game. I had to run a fully defensive cringe team just to get through the game, and I got really annoyed through it. And when I finished it, I was just kind of like, alright, cool, we're done. So I'm sorry to say, but I did not really enjoy Purple, like, at all. I don't feel like the game had the player. I don't feel like the game had the player's enjoyment in mind. It wanted to be difficult, but, like, it was difficult in an annoying way. Where the other ones I mentioned can still have difficulty aspects to them, but they're definitely more, like, they're more geared to, hey, you like Tohou and you like Pokemon? Try this out. It's a good time. It's not gonna bust your balls. Now this should be obvious, but these are basically the same game, so we're gonna throw them all up here. These are my favorite. These are my favorite Tohou game, like my favorite Tohou fan games. My favorite being Scarlet Symphony. But yeah. Well, actually, I'm gonna put this one here, and I'll explain myself why. So, the original Scarlet Symphony was great. The remake was phenomenal. All the added voice lines, the additional dialogue, and well, Suika was added, I guess, as a sub-weapon, but that doesn't matter. So, that was great. Just playing Scarlet Symphony again, but with more to it, was great. The original Stranger's Requiem is great as well, and the remake is good too. But the reason why the remake is down here is for a couple reasons. Firstly, it didn't really change anything at all. It added a Reimu mode that didn't even bother giving her voices. It made a boss rush mode that was kind of, it was okay, I guess. It had achievements, but that's nothing else really changed. It got like nothing, no additional voices, no nothing. And top it all off with the fact that sometimes my Windows would do the funny, and then the game would be literally unplayable unless I restart my computer. Made it kind of a pain in the ass to play. Just so, yeah. But I still really like the game. But technical issues and how little was changed kind of made, you know, Scarlet Symphony really made me think that, holy shit, because the added voice lines were great. But this one didn't really change much of anything. It was mostly just putting the game on Steam, which is cool, but you know, didn't change as much. So still a great game though. It's still a great game. Udongain X, that's pretty good. I thought this was pretty good. It's a fun game, good music, enjoyable X-style game. Some of the levels were really hard for no real reason. And there was that one fucking spike drop in the Wily stage equivalent that was just terrible. But other than that, it was fine. Undertale 2, Poggy's video game, dude. Undertale 2 was so good. It was so stupid, but it was so fun. But underneath it all, there was like actual like story going on there. And the dev, I think, is working on an actual like a shooter or something on Steam. I don't remember, but he's working on a real game. Well, I say that like, you know, he made us a fake game. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. But yeah, the Undertale 2 had a lot of aspects to it that were funny, and sometimes they were slightly serious. But for the most part, it stayed at being a shitpost, a fun shitpost. This is the game with the dudes in the, right? Chat, this is the game, right? This is the game with the soldier dudes. Because I don't remember, like this. I know it's RPG Maker. Yeah, Underworld Capital Incident. That sounds right. Yeah. Yakuza 0. This is my first Yakuza game, and yep, it was so good that I started dedicating whole blocks to it. Fucking amazing game. Really like that game. Kiwami 1. Salty boy. Kiwami 2. Kiwami 2 was great. Still a little salty, but it was better. But Kiwami 1, holy shit, dude. Holy shit, I got so annoyed by the combat. And Yakuza 3 was perfectly fine. Like, it was perfectly fine. The story was fine. I skipped all the bonus stuff. Honestly, you could say I had a great time with it because I ignored a lot of the extra aspects to it. But ultimately, I feel like because I missed so much of what makes Yakuza Yakuza, I can't really say it was like, you know, I put it on like, it was fine. I enjoyed the story bit. But missing have all the stupid side stories does kind of stink. But also, if I had played all of them, I might have hated the game more. Or I might have actually hated the game. Because you remember when I fought that guy on the beach for the weapon skill and I had to like fucking kick him in the balls like 200 times? Like, do you remember that, chat? Do you remember that guy? He teaches you the weapons and I just kicked him in the balls like 200 times. And he took like no damage, but I could not hit him any other way. And eventually I won. Yami no Rumiya. This is the Kirby Rumiya game that's very rough around the edges, but it's a really cool game, and it's all made in RPG Maker somehow. I don't know how. I had a great time with it. Not so great getting the ways to fight the super extra boss, but, you know, it was Ruma, and she goes, and then she turned into crazy powered girl. Yoyomi Dancers. I'm sad I never returned to this game because this game is awesome, but it's also a game that has a bit of a learning curve to it. You need to learn how the game works to get really good at it, and I did not end up putting the time into it. But it's a very good game, and I do wish I went back to it. Yoyomi Dancer and Yoyomi Dreamers, which is actually not on here. Huh, yeah, no, it's not. Interesting. Yoyomi Dreamers is not in English, but that's that game I really liked as well. I didn't really I put it aside waiting for the final version, for English version, but it never actually came. So that's unfortunate because that game was awesome, but I couldn't understand a lot of aspects to it. I wanted to read all the flavor text, and I didn't get to do the extra stage stuff because the game was actually kind of hard. Like, it was pretty hard. Roomba could dodge by doing a little rollout. Yomawari Night Alone. The original Yomawari was cool. I like that one a lot. The second Yomawari was also pretty cool. The third Yomawari was cool as well, but I distinctly remember the final boss being really stupid. So, I was definitely salty by the end of that game. I don't remember how bad it was for these ones, but I do like Yomawari, so I'm willing to put them in great time. Actually, you know what? I just remembered the factory bit from the first game. Holy shit. Fuck you. I spent like 25 minutes trying to get around that meat flesh fucker. Jesus Christ. He pissed me right off. I don't even remember the final boss. I think it was Edward Scissorhands or something like that. He wasn't as bad. Yoshi's Island. Just a standard Yoshi's Island playthrough. Great game. Love Yoshi's Island. Yoshi's Story. Yoshi's Story is a weird fucking game. This is an old one as well, chat. I'm actually going to put this here because I opted to get the hearts to see all the levels, and that was not an easy thing to do because I didn't know where they were. And having to get all 3 hearts in the stage 4s was not very enjoyable. But Yoshi's Story is a weird-ass game that I think is neat and also full of, like, horrors for some reason. Young Girl and the Shrine Maiden. I don't know. I don't regret playing it. I wasn't salty by the end of it, but it was certainly a game. That's about the most I could say about it. I don't really have much more of an opinion other than that, because it's just kind of like, it's just kind of a game. This is the Yomu game that was before Scarlet Curiosity. This game was cool. This was the original one for the group before Scarlet Curiosity. We play as Yomu. That one was neat. I really liked that one when I played it. Yumetuki. Yumetuki is great. Despite how it may seem with how many times I've stopped playing it, it's a great game. But like I said before, there's just every now and again I come into a world that makes me think that whoever made this world does not like people, and there needs to be some form of vetting on worlds, because holy shit, some of the worlds they allow in there are a great way to turn people away from the game. That's just my opinion though, and they have done exactly that for me twice now, and it was been the same guy both fucking times. The same guy both fucking times. What the hell is this? What is this? I can't tell what this is. Is this just Yumetuki Online? Oh, okay. I guess you didn't have to break those up. It's basically the same deal. I don't remember which one this is. Oh, wait. I think this is the one that I played one of. The guy who made it was a xenophobe. And this one was one that I asked Hakanai to translate, because it was really cool. It wasn't very much of it was done. This one was really cool. I thought this one was neat. Yeah. Wait, you can't listen to this. No Kokoro. No cock. No. 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 No! Ow! Wait, didn't we just get that one? Whatever. I'm looking for something stupid. That's not stupid, but I like this one. I would like to drink some tea. Alright, Yugi's Home Run Baseball. This cost me $10. Drink to that. $10 fucking for that game. That's all I'm gonna say. Yuma game, I really suck. Poggy's game, greatest game of all time. Love that game. It was a fun game, very silly. Yu Jiteki. The game was fine. The translation being what it is unfortunate. I had no desire to get the game on Steam for the extra stuff, so I just called it at that. Some of the extra stuff was a bit annoying, but overall the game was pretty solid. And then this game was hilarious. This game was fucking hilarious. And there it is, chat. We did it. We did it. Look at these Poggies video games. I'm trying to scroll down a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Look at these Poggies video games, man. These are great games. Games that I've played. Very memorable. Replay value extraordinaire. It's like aimed for as 100% as I could for a lot of them. Just genuinely great, well-made games. And then the great times were just, you know, they were basically what was above, but like, I don't know, I guess they just didn't resonate quite as much. They were good games, they were a great time, but they didn't really hit me quite as hard as some of the stuff up there, where I was like super excited to play the next time. I'm gonna scroll a little faster. A lot of games ended up here in this category, because, you know, it's not like I hate playing things. Okay. That's weird. Okay. And mid games, games that I don't really remember or weren't that amazing. Salty games, games that made me upset, or I ended up prematurely, or I finished begrudgingly. And then games that I wish I didn't play at all. Because ultimately, the way I felt after them was like, oh god, I wish I didn't do that. Not very many for those. Really not very many for those. Which is nice when you think about how many things I have played. So, every now and again something pops in that's not that great. But for the most part, you know, everything else is top notch. So, there you go. 4 hours. Definitive list. Not really, but you get what I mean. That was a lot of games, and we did it. So chat, it was a nice trip down memory lane. It's very good. I enjoyed a lot of great games that I've played over the years for sure. Oh man. So yeah, hope you enjoyed. And you know, maybe there's a game here that you don't even recognize, but I played it. Or maybe you thought, I wonder if this guy's played this, and you actually paid attention and realized I did. And there you go. And it's probably on the VOD channel, with few exceptions. Thank you, Dav, for the gifted sub. Oh, man. Oh, man, oh, man. Thank you, Sam, for making this. And that's going to mark the end of this.